It's some dope addicts are here.
Because I'm here.
Because Gina got back.
You didn't think I would.
She's back from her Amanda Dixon sabbatical.
My what?
Your Amanda Dixon sabbatical.
I don't think so.
Well, Amanda Dixon's gone all the time.
All the time.
Well, Amanda's off it again today.
She really hates me.
Hi, Gina.
Hi. So I'll just I'll tell you my story about that song.
That was a real big fish.
It was nice.
Their version.
Thanks. So I'll give you the review of the play and stuff later on. But after the play,
Which play was that, Gina?
Plaza Suite,
Aha.
starring Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick.
Yeah.
What?
I gotta keep going.
It was raining when the play got out. And when it's raining and thousands of people are pouring into the streets after their
Pouring into the streets.
Yeah. After their various plays at all the theaters up and down the street all come out at about the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't get a cab. How you going to get a cab when...
You're not going to get a cab.
So this guy in a rickshaw bike pulls up. Need a ride? Well, sure, we'll take you up on that, rickshaw bike kid. They had like a plastic tarp over the top of it, and he was very charming, and we're like, great, we'll take your ride. And we hopped in.
He robbed you, didn't he?
We hopped in, and he's like, want a little music? We're like, yeah, we want a little music. And he reaches over, and he turns on Frank Sinatra singing New York, New York, and it's blasting in the cab, and we were laughing and singing along. Going,
Should have done singing in the rain.
wonderful. Isn't this fun? Isn't this so New York?
And then he
what
took your
we're
money.
Doing? And how far you go? It's not far. It was a 9-minute bike ride.
That'll be $120.
9-minute bike ride.
Yeah. How much? How much?
We get to the corner and hop out, and Mikkel says, how much will that be? And he said, well, it's $10 a minute. And it was 9 minutes.
Ooh. $90. There you go.
$90.
Yeah. You know, I have found it wise to inquire before I do these things as to how much it might cost.
As we said after, we should have asked, but we thought it would at least be comparable with what a cab ride would have been.
No, Gina, because you're getting the experience.
You don't get New York, New York, and some guy pedaling.
Yeah.
And my sister's got kind of mad at him. She's like, dude, you should really tell people before they get in the cab how much this is.
Why would I do that, ma'am?
Exactly.
No one would get in if I did that.
It was completely against my business model.
Exactly.
Ma'am, I can't do that. Nobody would ride with me.
And then she said, well, do you take cards? And he said, no. We didn't have $100 cash.
So, hey, did you take it out and trade?
No. And he said, you can Venmo me. So here we are in the pouring rain, standing on a street corner we feel like we totally got fleeced by this guy, and trying to figure out how to Venmo somebody money that's not already your friend in Venmo is a pain in the ass.
Yep.
Why? They tell you what their name is on Venmo and you put it in and then send them the money.
But it's not just their name. They have, there's a dash there, and there's a... You haven't done it a lot, I don't think.
Yes, I have. I do it a lot. You just, again, you need to inquire about these things.
$90.
Uh-huh. Welcome to New York.
Yeah.
Sounds like you had fun.
We had a great time.
I'll bet.
I'll tell you more about it.
Did you have a $20 hamburger somewhere? I'll bet you did.
We went to Chaz Palminteri's restaurant, Fat Tony's.
Why?
Because the service is exquisite.
It was really good.
Are
you just going to say...
For $300, right?
You're just going to say that about everything I say that I really liked or was really good. It was... The pasta, it was a filet mignon ragu pasta. Wow. It was so good.
$300?
Well, Everything's expensive.
That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. Yes.
At some point, you just say, "Well, we're just here, and this is what we're doing." And
$20 for that hamburger, ma'am. Do you want fries with that?
Yes, I'd like fries with that. Would you like to ask how much the fries are before I bring them to you?
Perhaps you'd like to Venmo me for the fries.
Exactly. I'll Venmo you separately.
Well, it's a pain in the ass to do that.
That's $1 a fry.
Exactly.
If you can eat them in 10 minutes, it's
You've forgotten the last time you were in New York, I guess.
was with us.
And the same this kind of stuff happens, It's
and we
expensive.
stayed. I didn't realize it till we were there, but it was the same hotel we stayed in when we went there to do the show, which I was trying to remember how long ago that was. 10 years ago?
No, not that long. But conveniently located near nothing, as I recall that hotel. Not very conveniently located.
And it was very, very tired.
$600 a night?
$500.
Okay. See, I know New York.
500.
Yep.
And you know
for
what
a tired hotel.
And you know what doesn't wear well after several years? Black carpet does not wear well after.
I don't think black carpet's a good idea at any
No,
time, even when it's new.
No, that's
you know why? It shows every little bit.
Yes.
Anything white.
And it was gross.
Yeah.
But the staff.
That's why we keep the lights low at Chaz Palminteri's restaurant.
I want you to see that the carpet's full of dandruff. Full of dandruff. That sounds like you had a great time.
We had a ball.
Was it just you and your sister?
Well, technically.
What?
Well, it was supposed to just be a sister trip.
Yeah, you and one of your sisters.
Mikkel.
Is she the good-looking one?
They are all good-looking. It's the Barberi sisters is what it is.
Yeah, so
we're,
what
we're
happened?
the only Barberis.
What happened that somebody horned in on that?
Well, she and her husband, he had a business trip to Bermuda, like you do. And you have to fly through
He's in the shorts business.
You have to fly through New York. There's no direct way to get to Bermuda. You have to fly through New York to get to. So he was there, but not there. We only saw him. We had a drink with him one night. So he's like, just pretend I'm not here. And he.
Well, if we did, then just don't call us. I mean,
just pretend I'm not here.
Honey, I see you a lot back in Utah. I don't need to have a drink with you.
No, because if we have a drink with him, he buys the drink. So you want to go have a drink with him.
Yeah, $15 martinis.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Again, you just sort of give in.
It's just what you do when you go to New York. You spend too much money.
That's what we call the New York state of mind.
Exactly.
I really did. In my mind, when I was reading the menu,
you read them as Fat Tony, didn't you?
Some folks like to get away on a holiday. Well,
I'll tell you more about it at 7 o'clock.
We got a show coming up. We've got stuff to do here, and so let's do it. We'll take a break and then come back. Check-ins, 877-602-9696. Want to say howdy? Then please do. Say howdy to us. We like to have you check in the morning. 877-602-9696 is the number. You can also check in via the text, which is 33986.
All right. Wendy's for breakfast. You just woke up. You realize you don't want to make breakfast. You don't want to have all those dirty dishes waiting for you when you get home. So reach for your phone and download the Wendy's app, because this is the only place you can get this special deal I'm going to tell you about. Start your morning with the 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app. You can mix and match 2 great breakfast items, your choice of the sausage, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or the sausage, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $3. But that's only when you order through the Wendy's app. Delicious breakfast sandwiches for just $3. Perfect combination, any combination. And when you're out cruising around late at night, you get a little snacky. You know what I'm talking about. Pull in, get some French fries from Wendy's. Hot and crispy, and preferred over McDonald's, almost 2 to 1. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you get some that are not hot and crispy, bring it to their attention, and they will make you some that are hot and crispy at Wendy's. All right, so we're downtown now. We're Broadway media
Yeah.
because our building is on Broadway.
Yeah.
Third South.
Third South. Now, the mayor has taken an awful lot of time and money to build very special bicycle lanes
Yes.
here on
They're
Third.
Dedicated.
They're very nice.
Dedicated. So I'm walking down Broadway yesterday, and here comes a bike rider toward me on the sidewalk.
Jerk.
On the sidewalk.
He's on the sidewalk, riding his bike down the sidewalk, coming towards me.
Wienermobile! Sorry. For some reason, the Wienermobile's outside. I'm sorry.
I knew she'd do that. I ignored it.
You ignored the Wienermobile.
I did.
You know, you can acknowledge in your head the Wienermobile when
I
someone's in the middle of
understand.
telling a story.
I'm sorry.
You know,
It's on Third South, Broadway, where your story takes place.
So the bike's coming toward you.
bike's coming toward me on the sidewalk.
Tell the story to me and shut up, Mike.
Yeah. And so and this is exactly how I did it. I wasn't a jerk about it. I wasn't, hey! I never did that. I went like this. Bike lane. You could use the bike lane. Said it exactly like that. And as the guy zipped past me, he yells, F off.
Hug off.
I mean, why? I would think you would prefer to use the bike lane.
Sure.
Why would it be more attractive to drive down the sidewalk
What
than
sort
the
of
bike lane?
What could you tell? What sort of
It was
biker and
well, he was casual, I think.
was
because
it a hipster or was it,
it was
a guy?
kind of a hipster.
Or
It
was
was
it a DUI
it was
guy?
a mountain bike, younger guy, no helmet.
Not a DUI guy.
No. But then a minute later, so I just kept walking. A minute later, he scoots right up next to me.
Were you nervous?
And I'm like, huh? I didn't know what to think. He said, dude, I listen every morning. That was an awesome interaction.
He turned around and came back.
He realized who it was that he had just told to hug off. Yeah.
And I went, okay. I just, the mayor spent an awful lot of time and money on that bike lane. I just thought you might want to use it, is all.
Did he explain why?
He rambled about how he's a passenger, he's a rider, he's a pedestrian, he just goes wherever, some sort of crazy.
Oh, he's like...
It didn't make any sense, and I just kept walking.
But he turned around and
Came back.
Did he apologize?
Did not apologize. I think that was his way of apologizing.
Saying I listen to your show.
Saying
is
I
an
listen to your show
apology.
every morning after I tell you to F off.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might have said, that doesn't make it okay.
I didn't care to interact anymore. Once he started going on about how he's a pedestrian and a passenger and all
Doesn't
that,
make any sense.
I went, okay, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. 6:19. Let's get this over with.
Hey! You wanna check in with us, don't you? You want to talk to us? 877-602-9696 is the number. Give us a call. Give us a jingle, won't you?
One ringy dingy.
Give us a jingle, and we'll just chat a little bit this morning. Kick the morning off, or you can text us 33986. Gina.
Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
The moon is 26.7% of full. The moon will set today at 4:14 p.m., today being Thursday. It's the 23rd day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christus 2022. And you've told us that this is the morning show that goes against every deep-seated moral and ethical belief you have.
Wow.
But you put all that aside and you listen to us anyway, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Just like Rusty Bowers says he's going to vote for Trump.
I don't understand.
This is Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our fabulous producer, and she has more than adequate help in the booth from Cameron Diaz and Marion. It's National Pecan Sandy Day.
Oh, we should have, it's the official cookie of the Radio from Hell
Yeah,
show.
Pecan Sandy Day today, and it's somebody's birthday that I feel weird that I don't know this.
What?
That you don't know.
Yeah, so it says it's Brawadi's birthday, and I think, well, why do they? So I look, who is that? Brandon Awadis, popular and known as Brawadis, is a famous YouTuber, social media star, and basketball enthusiast. He is the son of Ron and Sana Awadis and has a brother named Brian. Is he a big deal somewhere?
Well, he must be.
He's the son of Ron and Sana, also known as Papa Rug and Mama Rug.
I don't.
Why, should I know who that is?
Not necessarily.
I feel like
It's okay, Bill. I'll give you a pass.
I don't want to be left out.
I don't think you're being left out.
I want to
of
keep up
anything.
with the times.
I don't think
I
those
want
are
to know
the
what the hip
times.
kids are doing.
That's
No?
Oh, hey, Francine, did you get those pecan sandies I asked for?
Oh, Roger, I'm sorry. I was at the market yesterday and I forgot.
Pretty sure I asked for pecan sandies.
He has 6 million followers.
He does?
Yes.
Oh, good
he
for
dated Jackie Figueroa.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm on the outside, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the hip people
Did you get
are
those
doing.
pecan sandies I asked for?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Pretty sure I asked for pecan sandies.
Do you know who Broadus is? 877-602-9696. You can check in with us if you like.
Brawadis is a character on the Orville. There you go.
There you
go.
almost that name. It's not quite
it's
that.
Bordis.
Bordis, that's right.
But if I were to tell you that,
I believe you. Yeah, sure.
you believed it, then you'd feel better.
I would. Unfortunately, I know that it's not true.
Let's see. Perry City listener checking in. I need your help. I'm going camping this weekend, and I need your expert advice. What are your favorite camping/outdoor snacks? Well, pecan sandies.
Well, sure.
Gorp, of course. You need gorp.
Do you make your own gorp or
I
you
used
buy
to.
your gorp?
I used to make gorp, but then now I'm a lazy American. They make it for me.
Yeah.
They have it in the resealable bags.
I like to make my own gorp though because I like it heavy on the peanuts. Heavy on the peanuts.
Light on the M&Ms.
Light on the M&Ms, heavy on the peanuts and the raisins. I like raisins too.
Now, what you should do is get you some of these those big marshmallows that have the chocolate in them.
Oh, inside.
Yeah, you mentioned those, and I have
those.
I have not seen those.
Get some of those, and then some graham crackers, of course, and you can make your s'mores. There's just one less step that you have to.
Yeah, because
mess with.
s'more is the ultimate. Although that's not really a snack. That's
And I don't think of that as a well, I guess it is sitting around the campfire,
Yeah.
but if you're out camping in a tent and all of that, I guess you take
Last time I went camping, we pre-mixed some Cosmopolitans,
There you go.
and I got lost on the way to the potty.
to pee in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
I,
I've done that as
It was-
well. Where? What?
It was what we laughingly refer to as Carrie's night on Bald Mountain.
Am I right in assuming the way you got lost is you were coming back from the and you didn't know which camp was yours?
I was extraordinarily drunk because you're at a higher elevation and
Doesn't take as much.
I'm not driving.
Yeah.
It was like midnight or something like that, and I woke up and I just knew if I didn't go to the bathroom, I was going to die.
Yeah.
I've got to go.
Yeah.
So I stumbled past my friend Van. He had his truck, and his dog was in the back of the truck. And I scared the dog, and it's okay, fine. So I stumble my way, and the potty is like maybe 200 feet.
Yeah, because you don't want to camp close to it.
No, it was like 300 feet down the road. Now I managed to stumble down the road,
right,
make it to the bathroom. I thought I was there for a normal amount of time. And then I lost my way on the way back. And I managed to get back. And then Sue said, "You've been gone for an hour and a half."
An hour and a half?
You fell asleep on the toilet.
I might have.
I think you did.
I might have.
Listen,
Did you
I
have a
can
headlamp on?
sympathize.
Did you
I
grab
needed
a headlamp?
No, I didn't get one of those.
Yeah, and I have done the same thing, gotten lost on the way back because every camp looks the same on the way back.
So do that.
We got somebody who wants to talk to us before
All right, let's see what we got here. We got, this is Stockton.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, you guys, or good night for me. I'm going to bed soon.
Or you have the all-night shift?
Yes, ma'am.
Sleep tight.
What do you do all night for work?
I make pretty much asphalt with all the rubber gooey stuff that holds the gravel together.
Mm-hmm. And you'd have to do that all night. But that's a night job.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour...
We're constantly cranking this stuff out.
Yeah, we need the asphalt.
Yeah.
We've got to pave America.
Pave it over, I tell you.
Well, Stockton, have a good rest, okay?
Thank you, Stockton.
All right, I appreciate it.
See you
Good night.
later.
Two things from the fact-checking department. First of all, it was 8 years ago we were in New York.
Oh, thank you.
And I got it backwards. I thought I was gone for hours, but I was only gone for 15 minutes.
It felt like it was hours.
So I got it the opposite.
I see.
So do that.
All right. We got a gift in the mail. Somebody brought a whole box of stuff for us today. I just want to quickly thank what's his name? Brian. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Brian
Thank you.
Glenn, Iceman, for bringing us all this stuff. I'll drink it in this afternoon. Thank you.
A crash westbound I-80 just after the exit to Jeremy Ranch. Vehicles are on the left shoulder behind the construction barrels. This came in about a half an hour ago, so this might be cleared up by now, but I'll mention it anyway. Lane restrictions in place. I-15 northbound between 7th South and 650 North in Clearfield. Overnight construction barrels have reduced the freeway to 2 left lanes, but they should be opening that up a little bit more as the morning commute goes along. If you see something, you can text us 33986. Just make sure it's safe for you to text. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily on a pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes and models. Think Forever Warranty. Think Tim Daly.
More from the fact-checking department. You thought you were going to die out there alone. You, breathless, panicky, said, "I thought I'd never make it back." There we go.
There should be a movie made about
This
this.
is really
It is.
pathetic.
It's called Night on Bald Mountain.
So pathetic.
I had a great time. Let's see. We'll take a break. We will be back. We got Big Boy News and Opinion Window all coming up, and Geek News for you as well. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
They are the team you trust. Big O Tires, locally owned and operated, over 50 locations. So if you can't find a Big O Tire store near you,
What's wrong with you?
There's something wrong.
Move to where there is one.
Well, and I have my regular one I go to on Highland Drive, but I have found myself with tire issues in other towns, and odds are you look it up, you're like, oh, there's a Big O here I can use too.
Big O Tires, right now, they're offering $100 instant savings on Big O brand tires. They are newly redesigned tires, their house brand. They include all-season tread design and a 3-year warranty. And I love the Big O tires. I have them on both of my cars. Big O's certified technicians are also experts in brake, shocks, oil changes, struts, alignments, all of that. So make an appointment. You can do that online to save time. Go to bigotires.com. Make your appointment there. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Hello, sailor boy.
Son, letter from your sea dog son.
My son Festus. And actually, this one isn't for me. As you can see here, x96.com/live, it is addressed to the FOPs. This comes to us from the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois. Dear FOPs, it says, I just received some of your letters, so I needed to extend a huge thank you. In boot camp, letters really are like Christmas presents after a long day of push-ups, cleaning the floor that's without a doubt already clean, and wearing camouflage that seems to serve no real purpose as everything around here is bright white. But as my mother has told you, the lack of knowledge on the outside world is frustrating to no end, so updates that you sent me really helped out. Peterbilt Brian, I was deeply concerned when I read about your truck stuck in the mud incident. I sincerely hope it's been unstuck. Abby, thank you to your husband for his service in the Air Force. You know, the Air Force doesn't have as many planes as the Navy. In your face, he says. But I am upset that you told me about Katy Perry's new baby without bothering to tell me the name. I will require a follow-up here. Paul, my boots won't shine either. No matter how hard I shine them, they just seem to get more dull. And having shiny boots is apparently a very big deal here. Thank you for taking the time to write me when there's way much better way to spend your time. Although, who are you kidding? You're just watching YouTube all day. Anyway, I graduate in 25 days, this says. This is how long it takes to get mail, because he's supposed to graduate on Thursday. Thank you for the updates. Take care of my sweet mother. And most importantly, remain seated. Signed, Festus. Also, thank you to Carter and Laura and Buddy. And I just got a text from his wife who said he needs your extra good thoughts today because it's his final PT test today. His final physical training test today. And if he's even off by 2 seconds, he's got to stay. He's got to stay an extra 3 weeks. Bill, he asked for positive thoughts.
He's going to be home. He'll be home. They're going to drum him out. They'll drum him out.
That is not positive thoughts.
It's my prediction. He will be home for Thanksgiving.
If he passes the physical test today, which is like running and
jumping.
Yeah. And then here's the exciting thing. Battle Stations is tomorrow. Now, Battle Stations, it's a simulated ship, so it's not like out on the water actually, but it's a ship that they, to your battle stations, and you have to go through what a regular day in the life of being on the ship would be, but it's like a video game because they throw stuff at you.
Battle
like,
stations.
There's a fire down in
There's
down
a fire
in the hole.
Down below. They just say down below.
But like there'll be an actual fire.
They'll yell things like "Belay that!"
Or there's a flood somewhere.
Is he ever going to have to? Does he have to climb the rigging and trim the sails?
Maybe. I don't know. And it's like 12 hours where they have to go through what it's like to be, and they throw every bad thing that can happen at it. Man overboard or whatever. And they gotta.
So if we're ever in a simulated war, we'll win.
So think good thoughts for him for his physical test today and battle stations tomorrow. And if all goes well, he graduates on Thursday. And
then he ships out.
And then he goes to medic school.
Fills his duffel bag and ships out to Guam.
So the flag that will be flying over the Utah State Capitol on Thursday is for him. Remember I told you that you can sponsor a flag, and then they take the flag down and send it to you. Now, I've already paid for it, so if he doesn't graduate this week, Do I get a flag refund?
You just get. Why don't you just keep the flag?
For myself.
Yeah.
I can put it, I've got my flags back here. I could just put a big one right there.
Mm-hmm.
But we're very close. If he does all that and graduates on Thursday, he'll get his phone back so I can actually talk to him.
Well, when you speak to his wife, or if you speak to him, remind him that he needs to make arrangements so he can vote.
Yeah, I was going to ask him about that. I don't know what they do when you're at boot camp. How
they don't allow you to vote when you're at boot camp.
You should be able to vote extra when you
lose. No, you lose all your rights when you're at boot camp.
You're saying you should get 2 votes. Okay.
Yes, you should get a vote and a half.
You should, but you can't. You can't vote. You can't. They won't allow you to drink, and you can't vote, and they won't let you drive a car.
But thanks again, friends of the program. I got a bunch of letters from you that I forwarded to him, and he really did appreciate it. It's his only connection to the outside world, and it meant a lot to him that you sent those in. So thank you.
All right. So this has been...
Hello, Sailor Boy!
Wine is all I have.
Had to blow the dust off of that one. Stephen Tin Duffy.
Yeah.
We got Geek News coming up, but right now, Big Boy News and Opinion Window brought to you by
The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
In a move to make all of us happy, Maury Povich says, I have no desire to be on TV anymore.
Thank you.
So we thank you, Maury. We have no desire to see you on TV any longer.
There's the door.
Well, whoever thought that this marriage would not last? Rupert Murdoch and Jerry Hall are divorcing. They have been married 6 years. Murdoch got married to Hall in a low-key ceremony in central London in March of 2016. The Fox Corporation chairman and minion of Satan and his former supermodel wife were frequent fodder for the tabloids, which chronicled their marriage at Spencer House and the festivities surrounding the elder Murdoch's 90th birthday celebration last year at Tavern on the Green in New York City. Lest you forget, Jerry Hall used to be married and was married for quite some time to, and I believe had children with, Mick Jagger. Oh, they never did marry.
Never did marry.
Never did marry, but they were together
did have kids,
a long time and had kids. Murdoch's divorce is his fourth. It's unlikely to alter the ownership structure of businesses he holds stakes in, which includes Fox Corporation, the parent company of Fox News Channel. And
My favorite tweet about this was Jerry thought he would have been dead by now.
Exactly.
And so she
just couldn't put up with it
she
anymore.
can't stand it anymore.
This is good news. Reservation Dogs. I didn't know there was going to be another season.
Yeah.
A second season of Taika Waititi's show, Reservation Dogs. It's coming up soon. Be watching for it. If you haven't seen it, watch the first season. It's only 6
or 8
episodes.
I know you keep telling
Something
me
like
I
that.
need to watch this.
No, I don't care whether you do
Oh,
anymore.
okay.
You don't have to. Let's see. Remember, the Salt Lake Health Department is scheduling COVID shots for kids 6 months old and up.
Mm-hmm.
So do it. Very few of you have so far.
Mm-hmm.
It's not there. It's not going so well. So get your kids vaccinated against COVID as soon as you can. After nearly 5 years of construction, Utah Governor Spencer Cox and other state leaders cut the ribbon on the brand new state prison. First of all, you think you should have a big ribbon cutting ceremony and a celebration for a prison? Just open it and stick the prisoners in there.
It seems kind of oogie.
I don't think that's. But anyway, the Utah State Correctional Facility, which is located just west of the Salt Lake International Airport, cost just over $1 billion to build. You know, that's double what taxpayers were planning on spending on a new
Yes.
prison. State officials insist that the prison, which they tout as the largest construction project ever in Utah, is still a success, even though it cost twice as much as anticipated. They also say the 35-building complex will allow them to better serve inmates in the criminal justice system. Yeah, ribbon-cutting ceremony, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a great idea.
Prison!
Yippee! Yeah. We have abandoned food trucks. Food trucks!
Yeah, this is more of a pinata kind of a situation.
The future of Little Cottonwood Canyon. Are we going to have a gondola or are we going to have bus service?
I think
Well,
we should at least try the bus service first, shouldn't we?
You might be familiar, it says here, you might be familiar with the advertisement from Gondola Works advocating for a gondola to be constructed in Little Cottonwood Canyon, starring actor Bart Johnson. Who? I don't know.
IMDb that.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah.
Snowbird has been advocating for the gondola as a solution to Little Cottonwood Canyon traffic problems.
Oh, he was in High
Now-
School Musical.
Okay.
That's why.
So he's known.
So he's not really okay. So here's what Dave Fields says. This makes sense to me about the gondola. If you care about air quality, water quality, the safety of the people going up and down the canyon, and the reliability of knowing how long it's going to take to get up and down the canyon, the only option is the gondola. There are 64 avalanche paths in Little Cottonwood Canyon. It is the most avalanche-prone canyon in North America. And you know that canyon gets closed down in the winter and people get trapped up at the resort because
That's
of
true.
avalanches. We need a transportation solution that takes into account that reality. This is not like a simple commute in the valley. UDOT estimates that a busing solution would cost $510 million. That would mean wider road with lanes only buses could use during peak times. The gondola would be estimated at $600 million. So 60 million dollars more.
Just to back
90.
up,
Yes.
Bart Johnson
Yes.
is how Blake Lively is connected to Utah. He's married to her sister.
Ah,
When Blake Lively comes to town, that's who she's.
visiting.
Well, now I see why they put him in an
I
ad for a
know.
gondola. That makes perfect sense.
The way Dave explains the gondola, though,
It makes sense to me.
you know, I mean, I kept hearing the anti-gondola arguments and going, yeah, that makes sense.
But what it doesn't address, though,
Yeah.
is where. Okay, that's the gondola from the bottom to the top.
Yeah.
Where do you park
Well,
to
they've
get?
And
have
there's-
addressed that.
and there's that.
There's they've got places marked out for that. You park, then you take a little shuttle to the gondola. But I don't know. Let's see, Gina.
Yes.
I've got. Let me do this story first, and then I've got you can pick a story.
Oh,
coming up,
okay.
I've got
Choose
four
my own
stories.
adventure.
4 stories for you. Calls from top advisors to former President Trump to help overturn Trump's 2020 election loss were an unsupported, unwise, and juvenile effort that attacked a bedrock principle of American democracy. That's according to Arizona's House Speaker. Republican Speaker Rusty Bowers is among a series of state election officials who did testify before the congressional committee investigating the January 6th insurrection. Bowers spoke to the Associated Press after he arrived in Washington on Monday afternoon, and he said, I refuse to do what Trump was saying because it was illegal and unconstitutional. It was juvenile. He said, I got 2 calls from Trump. The second call, the president didn't pressure me. He just mainly made small talk, asking about my family and the upcoming holidays. But then he said, I want to call you to tell you that I remember what you said last time. And Bauer said, and I'm presuming it was about when I told him I wouldn't do it, that I supported him, I walked for him, I campaigned for him, but I wouldn't do anything illegal for him. I think it's horrendous. I think it's terrible. Now, Rusty Bowers, when asked, well, will you vote for Donald Trump again? Yes, I will.
Why?
Because this is one thing I don't understand, and he's not the only one.
Yeah.
There are many people who put their ethical standards and their moral standards on hold and vote for Donald Trump.
Because it's party over country.
Well, I think
That's
it
the
has
only explanation.
Well, no, it's not the only explanation. Many of these people, and I don't know if Rusty Bowers is one, believe that Donald Trump is a key to a coming.
No.
Yes, they do. They believe that this is a part of a larger plan that has to do with God.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
I've heard it.
More than one person believes that?
Yes. Yes, they do. That this is
Grown adult people with
this is-
fully functioning
This
brains.
is part of a larger
Yeah,
thing.
there's some Bible reference to this to somebody who is not a good person but is here to make things happen so that God comes back.
When Donald Trump he purposely did it. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem or whatever that was, which was controversial. Well, the evangelicals and religious people, hey, see, that's another part of the things that have to be prepared for the end times.
They're like, yes, we know he's horrible, but he's key to this prophecy.
Really?
All right,
Yes.
Gina, here, story for you.
What?
Story for you.
Okay.
You pick one of these. You get to pick. Germs,
Joins.
moaning, sharks, or nipple mites.
Wow.
These are all stories
They're
I set
separate
aside for you.
stories.
Yeah,
These are
I
four
set-
different stories.
I set these aside for you. Germs, moaning, sharks, or nipple mites.
Let's. Oh God.
Come on, pick.
Sharks.
Okay, sharks. That was the least good
Oh.
one, but go ahead. I'll do it. A new study is giving new meaning to the phrase, this city would eat you alive. Scientists from the University of Miami say, I don't know why that it's there. Anyway, scientists from the University of Miami say sharks are not avoiding the shoreline. Instead, sharks are spending plenty of time quite close to the sights and sounds of the city. On a global scale, the world's coastlines are urbanizing at a rapid rate. So how that is impacting local aquatic life? Well, researchers decided to investigate. They find that sharks are very close to the shoreline in Miami. In other words, there are people swimming, and just a couple of feet away, there are sharks.
Like to prove that, wouldn't you? Get your face in the National Geographic. You don't understand our summer dollars. We need these summer dollars.
Beaches are open, right?
Beaches are open.
So basically what they're saying is they used to be thought that it was very rare for sharks to come in close to the shore, so there wasn't a lot of danger.
No, most
so.
shark attacks happen in about 3 feet of water.
That's why I don't go in the water.
So that's the
No
story
shark
you picked.
attacks in the pool.
about you, Chief? You don't like the water, do you?
All right, one final story here. Kraft Macaroni and Cheese, they're changing their name.
Oh, the Kraft
And-
cheese and macaroni?
No.
Oh.
No, Gina, they're not. I know advertising has a big effect on you, but no, they're not. After 85 years, they are changing the name of the product, and they are redesigning the box. They're calling it Kraft Mac and Cheese. Not macaroni and cheese.
Because everybody calls it mac and cheese.
Yeah, nobody says, do you want macaroni and cheese? Everybody says, you want mac and cheese tonight? So they're changing the name to, isn't that exciting?
Also, the word macaroni legally connotates something that is pasta. And this way,
And it sounds kind of foreign. You know, we don't like that either.
Macaroni.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
LA Chargers defensive lineman Morgan Fox woke up Wednesday a proud dog dad. His French bulldog won the non-sporting group at the Westminster Dog Show on Tuesday night and is now heading to the finals. The 146th annual Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show, which is held in New York, announced his dog Winston took home the W after a sweet performance on Tuesday evening. He scored many touchdowns at the
Did you see
Westminster.
who won the Best of Show?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Okay.
Trumpet,
Mm-hmm.
the Bloodhound.
First time I think a Bloodhound has won.
And Hollywood, a Maltese, and River, a German Shepherd, will advance to. It was the finals last
was the
night,
finals,
wasn't it?
yeah.
Trumpet won.
Best of Show.
The Salt Lake Bees, they lost to Reno last night, 5-1. They play tonight, Bill, and you know what tonight is?
Oh, is it Thirsty
It's
Thursday?
Thirsty Thursday.
Wow.
I'm always thirsty.
So it's $3 beers
Mhm.
out to the ballpark. That game is at 6:30. And in the NHL, yesterday the final, Avalanche over the Lightning. Colorado leads the series. Hockey is still going on. It's almost July, 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Weather. So there's a slight chance of thunderstorms today. There's a few little clouds hanging around. You might see that happening afternoon. About a 20% chance, though. 92 for a high today. And a better chance of thunderstorms overnight tonight. 50% chance, low 62. And that storm coming in will cool things off a little bit. We'll be back down in the 80s tomorrow. Traffic, let's see if we have
Oh, sorry, wrong one.
anything going on there. Crash at the intersection of 47th South, 27th West in Taylorsville. Lanes are blocked all directions. Use 54th or 35th South as alternates. And it looks like that's the only issue out there. Perhaps you're having an issue. Share it with us. We'll commiserate via text at 33986. Just make sure it's safe for you to text. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First. YouFirstCU.com.
Thank you. Geek News now brought to you by.
Brought to you by, are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you've refreshed your Disney Plus app or not, but a lot of stuff landed on Wednesday.
okay.
A lot of stuff. Of course, you got Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness movie
Yes.
on your Disney Plus now, so you can watch it there. You got your latest episode of Ms. Marvel.
Which people seem to be really liking.
I'm really digging it, and it's just so charming, and I'm learning a lot about Pakistani and Muslim culture.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Cool.
just loaded with it, and it's fascinating. Always an opportunity to learn. It's
Yeah,
a good thing.
Actress in that, her name's Iman. That's Jonesy's middle name.
She's great. They just found her
She's
just
just a
by
teenager.
accident. She's not an actress. She
Yeah.
never acted before. She just, they found her and said, "Oh, you're a comic book fan, are you?"
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, and then the series finally of Obi-Wan Kenobi is there too, which was very satisfying, which I won't tell you about because
Okay.
spoilers. But
Katie's pointing.
but a lot of things happen. Also coming to Disney Plus, they continue to mine the Marvel vaults of
What else can we
characters.
find in there?
Oh, they've got thousands. There's plenty there to choose from. But their latest, and I knew that they'd probably get around to Wonder Man eventually.
Wonder Man?
Wonder Man. He's one of the oldest characters that they have. It was first introduced in 1964 in the pages of Avengers #9. He was initially a villain and then appeared sporadically in the early Marvel age, but then was reconceived as a hero and Avenger in the late 70s. The 1980s character came into his own, known as Simon Williams. He was a founding member of the LA-based West Coast Avengers. And his look, I could never take him seriously. I
weren't a
was,
fan?
I was never interested in the character.
You didn't like his costume?
He He wore a turtleneck, red jacket, and sunglasses.
Yeah, no.
He became a celebrity
A turtleneck.
to his day job as an actor and stuntman. Now, I never knew much about him because anytime he appeared in the Avengers comic, I just didn't buy it. I just didn't care enough. The character developed strong ties to classic characters Vision and Wanda, the Scarlet Witch. But the take on the Disney Plus, it's a series, is not revealed. But as you take a look at the people who are behind it, they're all kind of based in comedy.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that they take the character and poke some fun, because it's hard to take this character seriously.
Sure, why not?
So Wonder Man, the TV series. Another character that is, for me, a little hard to take seriously, but people love this character. Remember Justin Lin left the Fast and the Furious franchise because he couldn't get along with Vin Diesel?
Who could?
Exactly. And they said, well, what would you like to do? He says, well, there's this Japanese anime that I really like called One Punch Man.
That kind of sums it up, doesn't it?
That sums it up.
And that sounds like a joke.
Yeah.
That sounds like a...
It's a webcomic, centers on a superhero who has the power to defeat any foe with a single punch. But soon he grows bored and seeks out a bigger challenge. So that's what Justin Lin is going to be working on instead of a Fast and Furious movie. A couple of Star Wars notes here. You see, kids, back in the day,
Yes.
when you had the spaceships on the space shows,
Yes.
they weren't created in a computer.
No, they were on a string.
They had to build models. And then they filmed the models. The camera moved and made it look like the spaceship was flying through space.
Many people think that looks better.
There are some that do, yes. I think a combination of the two are the way to go myself. But a Star Wars X-Wing fighter model used in the 1977 original Star Wars fetched an astonishing $2.3 million at auction Tuesday night, according to Prop Store Auction. The screen-matched Red Leader X-Wing miniature, created by Industrial Light and Magic, went for that price. This was the X-Wing model that Red Leader went down. His engine exploded, and he went, that guy. So that's a lot of money for a model. But while you got your Star Wars and your Disney Plus going, keep a lookout for an upcoming... I love these Lego Star Wars specials that they put up because they just don't take themselves seriously at all. They just have fun. The latest one is called Lego Star Wars Summer Vacation.
This is it, everyone. We're here to have some fun.
Strap in, baby.
So...
Stormtroopers, no TIE fighters.
Naturally, Disney wants to get some corporate synergy going, so the Star Wars characters
Best vacation ever.
are going on the cruise on that Walt Disney World cruise ship, the Star Wars cruise ship.
Yeah.
So that's the story.
Who are you?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
What is in this?
Do you recognize this voice?
We are on holiday.
That's Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to be in it as a character named Vic Vanko,
They really burn.
singing a song called Scarif Beach Party,
How long a moment
which is
will
kind of grim when you think about what happened to Scarif in Rogue One.
You know about vacations.
Go Jabba! Go Jabba!
So yeah, it's coming to Disney Plus very, very soon. Enjoy. August 5th. Traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see. Crash at the intersection of 47th South, 27th West, and Taylorsville has lanes blocked all directions. Use 54th or 35th South as alternates. And then I got to go all the way to Roosevelt to find you another accident.
Don't ever go all the way to
Okay.
Roosevelt.
So things are looking good. If you see something that's not looking good, you can share it with us. 33986. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner of the Day coming up. Stand by for that. And more. Let's see, brooklinen.com. Their big summer sale is coming up very soon. The summer sale, it's the summer savings event kicking off soon where you can save 15% off site-wide. at brooklinen.com. So go check it out. Start planning to make your purchases for the summer sale, which is coming up toward the end of the month. Brooklinen's summer savings event, it's almost here. If you are a hot sleeper, Brooklinen's crisp classic sheets, lightweight comforters help you stay comfy even on the hottest summer nights. And if you're always looking for the cool side of the pillow, people love this. Brooklinen's Marlowe pillow has cooling-infused memory foam, ventilated zippers, and breathable mesh to prevent heat retention and promote airflow all night long. If you're hitting the road, don't forget to bring your comfort with you. Bring along Brooklinen's nice, comfortable loungewear and cooling silk eye masks and pillowcases. If you can't wait for the sale, you can save right now. Go to brooklinen.com and use the promo code X96 for $20 off of your purchases of $100 plus free shipping. That's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code X96.
You want to open up the Batman?
Do you want me to do this?
Trading cards?
do it.
And,
Do it. Come on, do it.
So this is from 1980 what?
It says 1989. This is from a classic pack of Batman movie. You know, the first, the Michael Keaton one, not the first Batman movie, but the Michael Keaton one.
The real Batman.
Well, yeah. From 1989. Adam West. But this is, it's not valuable because it's the second series.
Okay.
And so they're selling these at the comic book store at Dr. Volt's for just like $2. But these are, I thought they were reproductions because that's the new thing now. For those of us who are still fishing for our nostalgia from our childhood, they're recreating things from our childhood in the exact way, like the Star Wars action figures and Mego action figures and all that. I thought this was a reproduction when I saw it on sale. But
really,
no,
it's original.
These are from 1989 Batman trading cards.
So
9 cards.
That gum is how
9
old?
cards, 1 sticker, and 1 stick bubble gum.
That gum is,
do the math.
See.
Tell me how old this gum is.
1989, so 1990, that'd be 31 years old.
31-year-old gum.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You're not going to do, really?
Right.
Now, it doesn't have that smell that gum. And
no,
it's gonna be as brittle as a piece of floor tile,
No, that is okay. So the first thing we get is a sticker. It's a sticker of the Joker. Now it's an artist's rendition of Nicholson as the Joker.
Okay.
So all right, so there's that. And the cards, some of them are art cards.
Oh.
Production
Cool.
art cards. They use.
Yeah.
To help frame the thing. And then the others are, Batman's public service, that there's pictures of Jack Nicholson and there's the Batmobile parked in the Bat Cave, So it's a trading card. So it's like the old trading cards. All right, so here we go.
Now show us the gum first before you eat it. Does it have that white powder on it?
It used to. Let's see. Okay, so there's the gum. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you can see this at x96.com/live.
Now, is it the size of one of the cards? Oh, no, it's not.
It's like a stick of gum.
You want a comparison?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it was the gum in there was like the size of a card or just slightly smaller than the whole card.
That looks like a piece of Trident.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Here he goes.
All right. 30-year-old gum. Oh, God.
It crunched.
Crunchy.
I think it broke my teeth. Yeah, the chat room is saying this is a bad idea, and I'm starting to agree with them.
Yeah, don't eat it. Don't do any more of that. I'm just wondering if it still forms into gum.
It doesn't sound like gum.
It's not forming into gum.
It's just staying in crumbles on your.
It's staying in dry crumbles.
I think you should spit it out.
So like the soul leaves a body, the essence of the gum has left the gum.
Yeah, spit it out.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's too
Now,
bad.
now someone said, "This is awfully radio stunty of you guys." To which I say, "Well, that's what happens when the mayor doesn't call." So
We
Well,
fall
you could
back.
have had the mayor here.
we were hoping to put some information out, something that could
Yeah.
help you. But instead, I'm eating 30-year-old gum
I
because the
would
mayor
call
didn't
City
call.
Hall and blame and blame the mayor.
So let her know that she's ruining our show
Mm-hmm.
by not showing up.
She could have been having important mayoral business.
Yes.
That's not our problem. Although
Wow.
she's now made it our problem.
Our attorney, Ed Brass, had a question for you about your trip, Gina.
Yes.
Did you get a slice of New York-style pizza while you were there?
I did not.
No, of course not.
I'm sorry, Ed.
Did you have a bagel?
I did not.
Uh-huh.
Because here's part of the problem with going to New York for one day, which is really all I was there. There's a travel day on either side, so one day in New York is not enough for for New York.
It's enough to spend $90 on a rickshaw ride.
We didn't get anywhere close to doing everything. I went with my sister McKell, the Barberi sisters, heading to New York. And first stop was to see our very charming and entertaining friend Paulette.
Yes.
Our Food Network cooking channel, baking extraordinaire friend Paulette.
Who is Paulette?
She's great. You want an entertaining dinner conversation? You
just put a nickel in her and it's go all
You
night.
don't even have to put a nickel in her.
Oh, I did.
And she said, she heard us talking about it on the air that we were going, and she said to Carrie, she's like, oh, have Gina get a hold of me. And well, now, going to a city, you think, how do you pick your restaurants? Oh, well, you Yelp it or you ask the concierge at the hotel. No, you ask a local person.
Yeah.
If you know one.
Someone you trust.
Yeah. And Paulette said, let me handle this.
Oh, good.
And she said, meet me at the Little Owl.
Oh, yeah, she loves that place.
In the Village.
The Little Owl.
Now, the Little Owl, it's called, and I know this because she took us on a neighborhood walking tour after dinner, which was also wonderful.
The Village is great.
But the building across the street from the hotel, there's a Little Owl statue on the top of it, and it's the only still standing solid wooden residence in the city. And it's across the street from the building where the Little Owl is. Now, while we're sitting there eating dinner, and New York still has all the outside seating.
Yeah.
They've left that post-pandemic, which is great. And there's all these people on the corner taking pictures of the building. And she said, you wonder why they're taking pictures of the building. It's the exterior shot for Friends.
Oh.
It's the Friends apartment, and then the, coffee shop underneath is the Little Owl.
That doesn't explain to me why people are taking pictures of it. But you could just watch TV and see it.
But Jimmy will be happy. We had sparkling Negronis there.
And I saw that plate of French fries. That was pretty sweet looking French fries.
Yeah, the food there was fantastic.
Just sort of American food.
Yeah. And she said, lots of celebrities live in the village, and you'll see them here sometimes.
Yeah.
And, of course, while we're sitting there, who walks in?
Bobby Flay.
No. But he's friends with her. She does his show quite frequently,
they know each
actually.
other,
Malkovich.
Really?
Yes.
John Malkovich?
Yeah, she's like John Malkovich, right over there. Right.
Did you go say hi to him?
No.
Howdy. Hi, John. I'm from Utah.
And so after dinner, she's like, "Why are you here? We're going to go see this play with Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick." She said, "Do you want to see where they live?" We're like, "Yeah, we do."
Yeah, because we can look at the outside of the building that they live in. That'll be great.
They live in a brownstone in the village. Like you could walk right up to their door. It's just right there. There's
I'll
no
be
gate.
danged.
There's
They're-
no.
So they're people.
Yeah. So thank you, Paulette, for a wonderful night. And then she said, "Okay, now for tomorrow, here's where you got to go to breakfast."
Just
and
stay away
here's-"
from Matthew Broderick because he's driving.
So then the next day, I had gotten tickets for Stephen Colbert.
Oh.
Now, getting tickets just means you don't pay for them. You sign up for a place in line.
It gives you a spot in line, yeah.
So I had tickets for that, which tapes at like 4:00, and then we had tickets for the play at 7. Well, day of, you get an email from Stephen Colbert saying, "Here's all the rules for coming to my show.
Mm-hmm.
You have to wear a mask. You have to be not only vaccinated but boosted. Great, check. We have all that, and have your card to show them.
Is it from Stephen personally?
Yeah, signed personally.
Steve.
Your place in line doesn't guarantee you entry." It's just a place in line.
Yeah.
And they suggest you get there 2 hours before showtime. Then once you're in, you are locked in. You can't leave.
Okay.
And the taping can go anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, depending on what's going on. All of that added up to we might not get out in time to make it to the play that we actually paid money for tickets for. So
You'll recall that actually happened the last time we were in New York.
Yeah.
We went to the Daily Show, and we almost didn't make the curtain of
right.
which would have been no loss. It was Kinky Boots.
Yeah. But trying to do we should have been there 2 days. One day you do the taping, and the next day you do the. So we scrapped it, and I'm sad because it was a great show, apparently.
Yeah, Roger Waters.
I said Carrie's going to be so disappointed in me. Roger Waters is there. Katie, are you going to put up some of the pictures from the... if you go to x96.com/live, there's...
Which one of those women is you?
I'm the one in the orange dress.
That can't be you.
So instead of going to Stephen Colbert, my sister said, "Let's go shopping." And I said, "Good, because you're better at that than I am." It's like if I'd gone with your wife, Carrie.
Exactly.
And I said, "Help me pick out something that isn't black."
For a change.
So we went to Saks Fifth Avenue, and I picked out I was a girl. That's a dress I'm wearing.
Did she talk you out of buying something with a key or an anchor on it?
Yes.
To quote my friend Wade Jessen, "Lard, Dorothy, that's a gorgeous orange farmal."
Yes.
I think that looks nice.
Thank you. And so, but I hadn't planned on wearing this. I'm like, I don't have shoes or a purse that go with this. And so we bought that off a sale rack at Saks Fifth Avenue, and even stuff on a sales rack at Saks Fifth Avenue made my heart stop. But I thought, well,
how did you get it started again?
Well, and then my sister said, "Let's go look at shoes," which is a whole other floor.
Yes.
I was not going to spend that kind of money on shoes. I couldn't do it.
So tell us about the play.
So we're going to have to do that in a different break, because this is still a story. Well,
that's what she just said.
No, I mean, we don't have a break.
We'll make one.
We'll make one.
So I said, let's just go to Banana Republic. They have shoes there. They're fine. So I got shoes and a purse at Banana Republic. As we're walking out of Banana Republic, the boop, boop, boop alarm goes off like you're stealing something.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked back at the woman that checked me out, and I'm like, I'm fine, right? This thing's going, and she's like, oh yeah, it's probably just the metal on the purse. You're fine. So we leave, go back to the hotel, get ready to go to the play.
I know what happened.
I pulled the purse out.
And it still had
The
the
security tag.
thing on it.
Yeah.
And there's security to get into the play.
Yes.
And there's security to get on the plane the next day. I'm like, I can't. We're going to have to pause here because this is a whole other story. So to be continued.
To be continued.
What did we do?
All right.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. It's always a thing.
It is
Gina,
always.
with La Barberi.
Congestion southbound Bangor Highway at California Avenue in Salt Lake. Let's see. That's it. No other crashes or accidents or anything to tell you about. Yeah. If you see something, you can text us 33986. Jiffy Lube Multi-Care Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubeutah.com for discount services and locations.
All right.
Here are the boner candidates you're going to be voting for in just a second. Number one, there's a lot of integrity in sports. Boner candidate number two, it has no impact on my sex life. I wasn't having any before, and I'm not having any now. And boner candidate number three, all we want is a roof over our heads. Is that too much to ask?
All right. Boners and big boy news all coming up. Stand by for that. Salt Lake Film Society.org.
This weekend, you know, they're doing that summer showdown.
Oh, yeah. What are the movies?
And the movies that are going head to head this weekend.
This is a tough one.
Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, versus Hedwig and the Angry Inch. Who will win? You decide by attending or donating at the Salt Lake Film Society.
Yeah, you have to buy your tickets online. There's no buying at the door now. So go to slfs.org, not only to buy your tickets, but you can make a donation for the movie of your choosing. And there's an exclusive 2-for-1 offer. Enter the promo code RFHSummer to get 2-for-1 admission.
Prizes are going to be given away at every screening, including SLFC merch, vintage movie props, and more. So follow the leaderboard every week at Salt Lake Film SOC. That's the Instagram. Or you can find out more about it all at slfs.org, Salt Lake Film Society.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. Right. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy.
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's the...
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelt it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause is,
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
Boy, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And
all
those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of raggedy.
How can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we are.
Thank you very much.
Very good.
7:25, and we got boner of the day now. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one do you think should be boner of the day for today, June 23, 2022? I'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Can't buy it. Gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. You know, there's lots of integrity in sports. Haven't you found? Here's another example of the wonderful integrity and moral ethics of sports figures. As the NFL was investigating his team for widespread workplace misconduct, the Washington Commanders owner Daniel Snyder directed a shadow investigation to interfere with and undermine the findings of the investigation, a congressional committee has found. At Snyder's behest, the committee said his legal team used private investigators to harass and intimidate witnesses. They created a 100-page dossier targeting victims, witnesses, and journalists who had shared credible public accusations of harassment against the team. The House Committee on Oversight and Reform released a 29-page memo on Wednesday that detailed the findings of the 8-month inquiry into how the Commanders, formerly the Washington football team, Dan Snyder refusing to change the ethnically incorrect name of the team for years. Finally, he did, though. Anyway, how the Commanders and the NFL handled claims of rampant sexual harassment of the team's female employees. The report was released ahead of Wednesday's hearing, where the league's commissioner, Roger Goodell, appeared remotely. Snyder declined 2 requests to appear, citing a long-standing business conflict. At Wednesday's hearing, Representative Carolyn Maloney, a Democrat of New York and the chairwoman of the committee, said she planned to subpoena Snyder to provide a deposition next week. But apparently, Snyder and his lawyers gathered thousands of emails from Bruce Allen, who was a Commander's executive from 2009 to 2019, in an effort to blame him for the creation of the toxic work environment. They sought to influence the NFL investigation through direct access to the league and Beth Wilkinson, the lawyer who led the league's report, per the memo. They were trying to harass her. Snyder directing all of this personally, apparently. Boner candidate number 1. Well, there's a lot of integrity in sports.
Yep.
Here's boner candidate number 2. It has no impact on my sex life. I mean, I wasn't having any before, and I'm not having any now. I will warn you, the pictures that accompany this story are disturbing, and the story is disturbing.
Let's not put them up.
Well, it's not that. I mean, it's...
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what it is.
Whatever you do, don't go to x96.com/live.
It's creepy. Okay. A man who tattoos himself. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. This starts here. This man holds the title of the world's most modified man, boasting hundreds of bizarre body alterations, including an eye-watering 278 piercings on his genitals. As well as his snake-like split tongue, Rolf also has a split penis. Yep, you heard that right. It's perhaps fortunate that Rolf does not expand on the details of that particular procedure, and he insists that these genital decorations he has, and then his face is covered with piercings, and his eyeballs have been dyed, and he says about his sex life, well, it's not a problem at all. I've had those piercings, and it's had no impact on my sex life at all.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how he does, like eats,
like regular things,
or
how does he brush his teeth? Eating would be a problem.
He insists that none of those piercings hurt, and that his genital piercings haven't affected his sex life at all. There was no impact. He wasn't having any sex before, and he's not having any now. So that's boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. All we want is a roof over our heads. Is that too much to ask?
Boner candidate number 3 after this big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
Brad Pitt says, you know what? I'm winding things down. I'm coming to the end of my career.
Why is he acting like he's 90?
I consider myself on my last leg this last semester or trimester, he said. What is this section going to be, and how do I want to design that? For his acting roles, Pitt is saying he's being more particular. He's open to starring in new projects when the timing is right, especially when there's a personal connection. This summer, he'll star in Bullet Train. I think that's already done.
It's close to being released.
An action comedy thriller where he plays an assassin who's just recovered from a case of burnout, returning to his high-stakes job with a somewhat misguided sense of confidence about his fitness for duty. It'll be interesting to see him play comedy. He doesn't do that a lot. He says, I've been going to therapy and I've got things kind of figured out. I'm taking better care of myself, my health. I'm trying to improve my emotional state and my feelings of loneliness, he said.
Oh,
he's lonely, Gina.
He's lonely.
Oh, and he does.
Can you help him?
He does do a lot of comedy. It's not like straight comedy, but usually
in his performances.
Yeah, there's funny stuff.
There are wry moments. Yeah. In a statement Wednesday, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints shared their plan to reduce water usage at meeting houses, temples, and other church-owned properties as drought conditions continue to blanket the western United States. I think they're going to start repurposing baptismal fault water.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Repurpose that stuff. In all regions and circumstances, we teach that we have a responsibility to care for and gratefully use what God has given. Avoid wasting resources and wisely use the bounty of the earth to care for one another, the statement reads. So we will look at every way we can to conserve water in all of our meeting houses. That's a good thing. Mm-hmm. We were talking earlier, Gina, about Donald Trump being considered very key to the end times by evangelicals, and you couldn't believe that. You didn't believe that was true.
Well,
some people, here's what they say.
Okay.
Donald Trump has been endorsed by evangelicals, and evangelical thinker Lance Wallnau, and I know evangelical thinker is kind of an oxymoron, but, says this: Trump is a modern-day Cyrus, an ancient Persian king chosen by God to navigate chaos. He notes that some evangelicals disagree, but he cites a growing threat of Russia, China, and Iran, and America is going to have to have a challenge either way. And with Trump, we believe we have Cyrus to navigate through the storm. Now, Cyrus was a historical Persian king who in the 6th century conquered Babylon and ended the Babylonian captivity, a period during which Israelites had been forcibly resettled in exile, and this allowed the Jews to return to the area now known as Israel and build a temple in Jerusalem. Cyrus is referenced most prominently in the Old Testament, but somebody has taken and struck a coin with Donald Trump's face on one side and Cyrus on the other side. For believers who subscribe to this account, Cyrus is a perfect historical antecedent to explain Trump's presidency. A non-believer, Cyrus was a non-believer, but he nevertheless served as a vessel for divine interest. And Donald Trump is aware of this vessel theology.
Oh, somebody told him.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, somebody told him.
He is aware of it, and he is aware as he looks at ways to capitalize on that.
I'm just so tired.
Representative Phil Lyman.
I'm just so tired.
Here from Utah will be a featured speaker at a Colorado event focusing on the big lie that the 2020 election was marred by rampant fraud. Lyman is speaking at the Election versus Selection event in Grand Junction, Colorado. He will join by several other what are referred to as prominent figures who have embraced election fraud conspiracy theories, including My Pillow, Mike Lindell.
Election versus selection. That should tell you everything, because the grand plan for the GOP is that we don't have elections.
We don't?
No, they want to just be able to appoint.
Oh, boy.
Trust me, it's coming.
Gina, you want to pick a story?
Okay.
These are stories that I put in your file.
Okay.
Stories that I thought would interest you.
Okay.
Germs,
Okay.
moaning,
Okay.
or nipple mites.
Germs.
How bad are the germs in public restrooms, really? Human psychology dictates that you'll eventually have to use a public restroom.
I try to avoid it, but
I know, but sometimes you do.
Mm-hmm.
And as with any shared space, chances are it'll be filled with germs.
Germs?
Yes, germs. But what risks, if any, do communal lavatories pose to public health? Quote, there are some health risks associated with public restrooms, said Erica Donner, a professor of environmental science at University of South Australia. The size of the risk depends on many things, including how often the restroom is cleaned, how well ventilated it is. But you can also take some simple steps to protect yourself, said Dr. Donner. Health officials have traced the spread of certain disease-causing viruses and bacteria back to public restrooms, including the novovirus in workplace, airplane, and cruise ship bathrooms, salmonella in dorm room toilets. So stay away from the dorm room.
I don't go to dorms.
Also, elementary school restrooms are bad. There are steps you can take. For instance, sitting on a contaminated toilet seat and picking up a bit of virus or bacteria on your skin probably won't make you sick, but
it's gross.
The doctor says there aren't really any butt-borne diseases. But yeah, you should probably put
It's
down.
more the door handles and the
absolutely
faucet handle.
But you should use a toilet seat cover if it's available. Those things are just a mess, though. They don't.
If you use them all the time, Bill, you get
You
used
kind
to
of
it.
get used to how to do it. But then when you stand up, they're sticking to you sometimes, and
I hate the bathrooms that only have the air blow dry the hands and there aren't paper towels. Because paper towels are handy for...
And they're really better.
Yeah.
Let's see, toilet seat covers don't offer foolproof protection. They can be contaminated from previous toilet plumes.
Yep.
I didn't think this was true, but...
Fecal plume is a thing, Bill.
It is, apparently.
Yep.
When you flush the toilet, if there's poo in there, then it makes a little cloud of it in the air. So all the stuff. It's probably no news to you, Gina,
No,
but
all of this is...
but I'd like to confirm.
Thank you.
And then finally, this story. Apparently, astronauts are stinking up the International Space Station.
Well,
it smells like a barbecue that has gone wrong, said one astronaut. Tim Peake, who spent 186 days on the station in 2016, made this rotten revelation while being quizzed over his adventures by an 8-year-old kid. He was asked, what's it like to burp in space when you've got your helmet on?
Uh-oh.
The astronaut said, well, that's a great question, but you know what? You don't actually burp in space. So when you eat food, your body is still digesting your food and producing gas, but those bubbles of gas don't rise up. There's only one way that they come out. You fart.
Man.
Farts are stinking up the International Space Station, said Mr. Peake.
Great.
So don't go there either.
Wow.
All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
So a slight chance of thunderstorms during the day today, mainly afternoon, only about a 20% and a high of 92. Better chance of storms overnight tonight, 50% actually, and it'll cool things off to 62. And then tomorrow, another slight chance of thunderstorms, high of 85. Traffic, only one incident to tell you about. It's a crash. Northbound I-15 milepost 295 at the 90 South off-ramp in Sandy. It's off to the right shoulder. Liberty Farmers Market is open Thursdays from 4 till dusk at Liberty Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Here's boner candidate number 3. All we want is a roof over our heads. Is that too much to ask? Spirit Lake, Idaho. A local family has been living without a roof for 20 days because the roof of their home was removed by a contractor that they never hired.
Wow.
It's a site that Jessica Hotved, I guess, never thought she should come home to. This is a nightmare, she said. This is absolutely the worst thing I could have imagined. June 1st, my daughter came home from school and found people removing the roof of our house. The house is now covered in a tarp with no explanation except a letter left by the contractor which said there had been some miscommunication and they were sent to the wrong address. She understands people mess up, but now no one is taking blame for the issue.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, a very costly mistake, and it should be fixed, she said. It should have been fixed by now, but nobody's doing it. DR Roofing, LLC, told the family their insurance would handle it. The claims the family has tried to file with the company's insurance have been denied.
Yep.
In the latest letter, they say the policy issued to DR Roofing contains an exclusion for property damage arising out of an open roof condition.
Ugh.
The recent rainstorms have made the issue worse. Water is seeping into the home. Parts of the floor has had to be removed. There's also lingering water damage to carpet and drywall. This is very stressful, she said.
And winter is coming.
The kids don't want to sleep up there because, well, it smells moldy now.
Oh, jeez.
The price to fix the mess is also overwhelming. She said, we don't have $70,000.
Well, they shouldn't have to pay a penny of that.
No, to put in another roof. Boner candidate number 3. All we want is a roof over our heads. Is that too much to ask?
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Boy, there's a lot of integrity in sports. That's Dan Snyder, the head of the Washington Commanders. He's the president, the owner of the Washington Commanders football team. And apparently he interfered with the sexual harassment investigation of his football team by the federal government. Boner candidate number 2, it has no impact on my sex life. I wasn't having any before, and I'm not having it now. The world's most modified man, he has 287 genital piercings. He has devil horns, too, by the way.
Yeah.
He says, no, this hasn't affected my sex life. And Boner candidate number 3, all we want is a roof over our heads. Is that too much to ask?
All right, time to vote for your boner. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. The one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Katie will take your voice vote live at 877-602-9696. Or going online is easy, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, June 23, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. You just click on it and vote. You've only got 4 minutes to do it, though, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. ranlife.com/x96.
I would advise that family in Spirit Lake, Idaho, to move to Utah and get a mortgage from Ran Life and get a new house. ranlife.com/x96. You can find out a lot of information there, particularly about the Ran Life bridge loan. This is, if you're trying to buy a new home and sell your home at the same time, it can be pretty difficult. Well, Ran Life has this bridge loan, which closes simultaneously with the purchase of a new home and gives you 6 months to sell your current home in order to alleviate the stress of purchasing a new home. And the stress of moving and all of that stuff. So find out more about that by going to ranlife.com/x96. And also, you can visit them and request a free analysis of what they can save you every month. I've done business with Ran Life on my mortgage a couple of times, and it's always been just a very easy, pleasant experience. So go to ranlife.com/x96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who, at the age of 19, have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Today, we find our elders roaming a desolate, uncharted, dark, smelly planet, looking for someone or something to convert. It is sometime between breakfast and lunch.
Oh, man, I don't feel so well.
I warned you against eating eggs you found in the middle of nowhere on a planet that isn't even on the map.
But I was hungry. Besides, they were tasty.
Well, if you don't feel well now, you have no one to blame but yourself. Come on, we're falling behind schedule.
How can we have a schedule on a planet with nothing on it?
We won't know if this planet is uninhabited until we explore some more of it. Come on, let's go.
What the flip? Lehigh, help!
Ew! George, it looks like your breakfast isn't setting well with you. What the heck is that? Looks like the planet is inhabited after all.
Get it off me!
Stand back. I'll take care of it.
Oh, hi, ma'am. Who are you? And why in heaven's name are you pointing what appears to be a flamethrower at my companion?
Name's Ripley. Lieutenant Ripley, and I'm about to torch that little critter before it gets a chance to make a run for it.
Hi, my name is Newt.
Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We were wondering if you'd ever heard of our church, and if so, if you'd like to learn more.
Enough with the chit-chat. I need to kill that monster before it grows any bigger and has a chance to fight back. Now, Lehigh, wasn't it? If you would just stand back a bit so I can get a clear shot at your friend's chest.
What?
I will do no such thing. All that little critter has done is ruined a perfectly good suit for Mr. Mac, and as long as there's a chance in heck of converting either it or its mother, we would prefer that you leave it be.
Do what you have to do. God knows I will.
Look out, Butch!
Burn, you bastard, burn. Sorry, I meant the alien thing, not your companion.
Butch? You okay? Butch, speak to me.
Is this the end of Butch? Will Lehigh take a shot at converting the alien queen despite the char-broiling of one of her offspring by Lieutenant Ripley? Will Newt get to say anything else in this episode? Tune in next time to hear...
Say, Lehigh, you know, these things aren't half bad cooked, you know. Hey, has anybody got any Tabasco sauce?
In the next titty-twisting episode of Space Elders!
All right, so it's time to award Boner of the Day.
Indeed, and it's brought to you in part by, hamburger and French fries.
A really good one, it sounds like.
I've just fallen in love with Five Guys lately.
It just makes me want to grill me one this weekend.
And Iconoclad sells your pre-rock stuff and you get to keep 50% of the cash. Check out the new Iconoclad, 855 South State in Salt Lake. Utah's most awarded new secondhand and festival shopping, and the original boutique, 4th East, 3rd South. Keep SLC weird.
Only 6 people cared about the sex life of the world's most modified man.
Yeah.
But 6 people did care about it, apparently. So it became a battle between number 1, the Dan Snyder, who's always been just kind of a jerk.
Yeah,
and
always a turd.
And it just keeps being reaffirmed. And the poor folks up in Spirit Lake, Idaho, who that some contractor took the roof off their house
Yep.
in error, and it hasn't been fixed. And it went back and forth a little bit, but then finally pulling ahead and winning pretty soundly. Boner candidate number 3, all we want is a roof over our head. Is that too much to ask?
Boner of the day for June 23, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be on Friday, tomorrow. Dave the Flower Guy will come in here and just tell us who Boner of the Week is about 9:45.
Yeah, he just lays it right on us.
All right. When last we left Gina in New York?
Mm-hmm.
I had a purse that I had purchased that I asked the lady, did you take the security tag off? Yes, you're fine, go.
Wasn't it one of those big
Yeah,
things?
big.
You didn't see it?
Well, she packed everything in a bigger bag, you
I
know.
see.
Yeah, and often they stick those down in the bag so that you won't see them.
And got to my hotel. There is a giant metal security tag on the purse that I bought, and I'm worried about.
Only you could this happen
I know.
to.
So, and my sister and I are ready to go to dinner and the play. We're dressed. We got to get going. And I'm meeting her in the lobby, and I have brought down the purse, and I'm waiting for my sister in the lobby, and I'm like, we've got to go back to the store to get this security tag. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere with this purse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the nice lady at the desk said, well, let me call maintenance.
Oh.
And if you go to x96.com/live,
There you go.
That's great.
So the maintenance guy, so she asked the maintenance, do you have like any wire cutters? Or he's like, well, I got some bolt cutters. You know, the giant.
The big ones.
Yeah.
Like that you break into a chain link
Yeah,
fence.
you see in movies.
I see that the maintenance guy is thoughtfully masked while you are not.
Well, most people, the staff at the hotel was masked. Masks are still a thing, not outside anywhere, but most indoor places in New York, they're wearing masks. But
So he takes a bolt cut, and that worked.
bolt cutters,
That worked.
yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you go see Plaza Suite.
So Plaza Suite.
Now, I looked up some reviews of it with Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick. Let's see if you adhere to what and every review is almost the same.
Okay. It was at the Hudson Theater, which is a beautiful theater, recently renovated. It used to be when The Tonight Show was originally in New York. That's the theater.
I think that's the theater where David Byrne was doing American Utopia.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
Beautiful theater.
Yeah.
You walk in, and they are still, and there are people walking around. And if you go to my Instagram, I have pictures of this too, with big signs saying "mask up, mask." They very serious about wearing the masks in there. And you go up to the bar, and to get a drink, and the nice lady at the bar said, "Would you like a whole bottle?"
Well,
of what?
Of wine.
Oh.
You can take an entire bottle of wine to your So
That'll be $70, please.
Probably.
How much did the maintenance man charge you for
nothing?
Did you tip him?
Of course, yeah. So whole bottle of wine.
Go to the seats.
Go to the seats. So the play is Plaza Suite, which is an old Neil Simon play.
Mm-hmm.
And it is an old play. It's they did not update it at all. It is just the old.
It's a revival
play. And the play itself is secondary to just watching Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broderick, who have been married for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
They play 3 different married couples. It's 3 acts, 3 different married couples that all stay in the same room.
You know they're different because they change costume?
Yes.
Okay.
And they have different names and different.
They don't act
and
really
they
different.
act completely
Oh,
different.
do they?
Yeah.
Okay. One's a hillbilly couple. And
But watching Matthew Broderick and Sarah Jessica Parker together, who were having a ball, they are making each other laugh. They break character occasionally because
that's what all of these reviews say, Gina. You were right on. They say, and this is what I remember. I've never seen Plaza Suite. I've read it.
Yeah.
Well, I think I saw the movie. and it's a stinky play.
It's fine, but that's not what
But
you're
they
going
say,
for.
But they do say that those two people that's what you go.
They are charming and funny. They're both they can both do physical comedy, which is part of it. I was laughing out loud at many, and it's not because the lines were particularly funny. It was just the way they were performing them. They were great.
Oh wait, here's a bad review. Plaza Suite is the bleakest comedy I've seen in years. Wow. I didn't care for it at all.
I mean, it's very dated. The material is very dated, but they were just charming and wonderful. And we sat there going, "We walked by your house last night.
We know where you live.
That's not creepy.
That's what you should
at
show.
all."
By the way, the Plaza Suite was dated when it was written.
Yeah.
When it first came out, it was dated.
But I bet it wins awards for their set. The set was beautiful.
Well, they just did the Tonys, so I don't know if it won or not.
No, this will be for next year anyway. This will be.
I got enough Neil Simon when I was in high school.
Yeah.
Neil Simon, he wrote tons of plays.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how many plays. And some of them are pretty funny.
Yeah.
And some of them are Plaza Suite.
I think if we had gotten there and like one of the understudies was performing for some reason, it would have been miserable.
Yeah.
Because it's not about the play.
Well, I don't
it's
know.
about the people that were.
A lot of times, understudies are pleasantly surprising.
I think in a different play, maybe. The whole point of this was, it's cute, they're married in real life, and then they're married and playing all these different married couples.
Wouldn't it have been cute if Matthew Broderick had to act with some cute understudy that wasn't his wife?
No.
Not age appropriate?
No.
It wouldn't be funny.
No, it wouldn't be fun. It would have been weird and... Let's see if the roads are weird. Crash, I-15 southbound near the Park Lane exit in Farmington. One car is facing sideways into the left barrier. The HOV lane and left shoulder blocked. Traffic is backed up to the Layton Parkway. Crash at the intersection of 47th South, 27th West in Taylorsville. Lanes are blocked all directions. Use 54th or 35th South as alternates. And I believe there was an issue... let's see, 90th South off-ramp. Yeah, northbound I-15, 90th South off-ramp, off to the right as well. Let's see. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Oh,
What?
Barberry brought her new purse to work.
Oh,
There it is. You can tell. All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have Beat Gina coming up. Stand by for that. We'll tell you about the prize and everything after these messages. UtahAdvocates.com.
The advocates, listen, if you are involved in an accident and you're just beside yourself, how do you get everything? It just throws your life into chaos. Well, that chaos can be organized by the advocates. They are personal injury attorneys, and if you call them at 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they will likely be able to determine on the telephone whether they can help you.
Free.
Yeah.
And it's not just if you're injured. Maybe someone you love's been injured and you're focused on helping them get better and taking care of them. Let the advocates handle everything else.
You know what's interesting about the advocates, too, is if they don't think that they can help you, they will suggest other attorneys and other avenues that you can take. The advocates, 801-355-5550. The sooner you call, the quicker you can relax and get better. You can also talk to them online, UtahAdvocates.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Well, today's word for LeVar and LeGrand to toss around is nominees. Nominees, nominees. This word was suggested by Radio from Hell listener Craig Cripps, who heard the word used by his girlfriend. If you have a word for us to include in these Utah lessons, please email us at radiofromhell@x96.com. And now, they're going to have at it. Here are LeVar and LeGrand and the word nominees.
Hey, LeVar, who you voting for this year? You gonna vote, aren't you? I mean, you better not be thinking of skipping this election. This will be maybe the most important election of our lives. If we don't make the right choice for county assessor this year, we could ruin the fate of the county for years. This is crucial.
Keep your shirt on, buddy. I'm voting. And sure, the assessor is important. But if we don't pick the right person for surveyor, the county could go to hell in a handbasket. I mean, there'd be years of no straight lines anywhere as far as the eye could see. I mean, we'd have crooked roads and buildings that ain't square. But this year, the choice for surveyor is clear.
It is? Well, how come?
The choice is clear because the guy running for surveyor is unopposed. He's the only nominee.
Oh, the only nominee. Well, good hell. I mean, don't people realize how important the office of surveyor is?
You and me does, friend, but most folks don't appreciate straight lines and well-defined boundaries.
Well, okay. But who else you looking at that's been nominated for office? Who are some of the other nominees?
Oh, lots of others, LeGrand. Lots of other candidacial nominees to consider.
Well, I get that, but what I'm looking for is guidance here, LeVar. I don't know who to pick. Where do you find your info on the nominees for public office?
Well, when it comes right down to it, I let the Lord choose my nominees for me. I vote by the power of prayer.
The power of prayer? You mean you ask for divine guidance on the nominees and then you pick somebody based on that?
Sure do. I get myself down in an attitude of prayer and I ask, who should I vote for? And the answer will come to me. I kneel and I ask, who should I pick? And then the name of the nominee appears in my mind, and I mark the spot and vote. Today, I got down and asked for guidance for several of the nominees,
well,
and
I'll
then
be damned.
I voted.
I'll be damned. And the names of the nominees came to you then?
Yes, they did.
Well, so you're going to vote now? You're going to vote for some of the nominees now?
No, I can't vote right away. What with the praying on my knees, seems I've bruised my knees. They're tender and sore. I would vote today, but I need to rest. Nominees are too painful to get out there.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
We got Beat Gina coming up. Stand by for that.
So I wrote an opinion piece, and I was fortunate to have it printed. I think it's the first time I've ever done that, and it was 2 places. City Weekly picked up on it.
Really? That's the first time. I don't think that would have happened.
And then the Salt Lake Tribune printed it. It's in, let's see, June 21st issue of the Salt Lake Tribune on the opinion page. And it was talking about us being at the Pride Parade and something that happened there that made me think. And I'll just read a little section of the opinion piece. And thanks to everybody I've had a lot of people contact me saying, hey, I saw that in the Tribune. Congratulations, a very nice piece. I don't think I've had a negative comment about it. I look at the comment sections underneath it just to see.
Did?
Yeah, to see. I think there was one minor negative comment, but everybody else has been really nice. Anyway, it says, the reason I'm writing this is partway into it, as I and my partners, you guys, waited for the parade to begin, the time was past chatting with fans. Up came 3 people, a couple of brothers, it seemed to me, and their very little sister. They wanted a picture with us, and that was just fine. They were really sweet kids and shy as fawns. The little girl, 4, 5, or 6 years old, I think, was especially cute with some sort of costume that included ladybug wings. You see so many kids at Pride who are clearly there because it's a place and a time that they can be with people who accept them for what they are. They were so nice. They were so sincere, right? And they were so genuine.
They were so cute.
God, they were just great. And as they walked away, I got a lump in my throat and I started to tear up. And I think I said out loud, those kids are very likely going to have a tough time in life. Why would anybody want to devalue them and make them feel like they're not as good as the rest of us? Why would anybody think it's right to marginalize them or enact legislation that would brand kids like this as outsiders? Why would anybody want to hurt these kids? Why would the Utah legislature pass a law about transgender girls participating in sports? It's just cruel. And I went on a little bit more about that. And so, as I said, a lot of people contacted me. And then this morning, I saw this email, and I'll keep it anonymous. Hey, Bill, longtime listener. I read the op-ed in the Tribune about the impact to children of the laws around LGBTQ+. And I realized the kids you described were my kids.
You got great kids.
And Katie did put up the picture.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. They are, you can go to x96.com/live and see. You can just tell looking at those kids, they're just sweet. Anyways, it's our kids. It really means a lot to our family. We have 4 daughters. The oldest identifies as lesbian. Our second oldest, with curly hair, has always identified as a boy. The next, with the cape on her back, is bi. The youngest, she is a huge fan of your show. We listen to Radio from Hell on the daily, and it has always helped us to start a conversation around a lot of the subjects about LGBTQ+ and about women's rights in general. The picture really made their year so far.
Oh, my goodness.
And the one with the cape is over the moon. As always, thanks for letting me listen.
Good job, parents, for having these, being open, being loving, being there for your kid. It's one thing for us to do it, but it's I feel so bad for the kids that have parents that aren't there for them. So good on you for being good supportive parents.
Those parents accept their kids for who they are.
Exactly.
And those kids aren't being coerced into being who they are. They're not being groomed into being who they are. They are who they are. And those 3 kids or 4 kids were just as sweet as anything and so nice. And you know, I'm talking to a bunch of people here who agree.
We're preaching to the choir.
I don't, you know, the people listening on the radio. I don't know. If there's one of you out there who's saying, you know, those kids are awful. Well, then go listen to something else.
Yeah.
because if this doesn't change your mind or make you think about it, then nothing will.
I get that all the time. You know, with your stances, do you worry about losing fans? And I say the same thing. I'm not losing fans. I'm scraping off snails.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I still hold out hope that maybe somebody that has those thoughts can continue to listen to our show and maybe change their mind.
People change. People do change. Hopeful. They do. I know they people who have changed their thoughts on things like that. And you know, it happens. So
my dad's one.
Yeah, there you go.
He came totally around on it. I remember he called me up one day and he says, "I was wondering about your sister. Do you think she's gay?" I'm like, "Well, Dad, yes. Why don't you talk to her about it?"
Yeah.
I don't know. We just kind of get the idea maybe she's gay.
Yeah, and it's okay.
And then as it went along, and he felt off the hook when he read an article in, I think it was Time magazine. He says, "You know, they're born that way."
Yeah.
So,
yes.
I'm like, "Yes, Dad. Yes.
It wasn't your fault."
That's what he was saying.
You didn't do anything
I didn't do
wrong.
it. You know.
Yeah.
But he came around, became her biggest supporter, of course.
Fortunately, I grew up. My mother was just a very tolerant and liberal-minded person in general, and taught me that you should just give everybody a chance and be kind in the world if you can.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Let's see if there's any updates here for you. We have a crash, I-15 southbound near Park Lane exit in Farmington. One car's facing sideways into the left barrier. The HOV lane and left shoulder are blocked. Traffic is backed up to Layton Parkway there. Crash northbound I-15. This is in Linden at 300 North, milepost 274. Crash northbound I-15, 90th south off-ramp in Sandy. That is also off to the right shoulder. And if you're seeing something, you can text us 33986. Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires now through July 10th. Save $100 instantly on select sets of 4 Big O brand tires with installation purchase.
All right. Thank you very much. Pete, Gina is next. Oh, pop culture trivia. If you can beat Gina, it's Frances McDormand trivia.
I love her.
Who is that?
Actress Frances McDormand, multiple Academy Award-winning actress.
2 in a row, I think, wasn't it?
And you could win Lost 80s live tickets if you beat me.
Every band from the 80s will be on that stage.
Yeah, my husband asked me, "Who's there?" I'm like, "Everybody." He's like, "No, really, who's?" I'm like, "No, it's everybody."
Yeah, you name them, and I'll bet it's Yes.
I think Yes isn't going to be there.
No, yeah.
I think they're all going to be on stage at the same time singing their one hit.
It's Flock of Seagulls, Wang Chung, English Beat, Missing Persons, Naked Eyes, Animotion, Dramarama, Musical Youth, Tommy Two-Tone, and that's not all of them.
All right.
Wait, there's more.
There is more. 877-602-9696. Call now, line up to beat Gina and play our game. We'll also have news coming up in the same break. Wendy's for breakfast and late nights, of course. If you haven't downloaded the Wendy's app yet, do so. It's easy, it's free, and it's easy to use. And it's how you get this special deal on your Wendy's breakfast, because you don't want to make breakfast before you go to work. You're going to have all those dirty dishes when you get home you got to take care of. So just, hit the drive-thru at Wendy's on your way. This is through the app only, this special deal. It's the 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app. You can mix and match 2 great breakfast items, your choice, of the sausage, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or the sausage, bacon, egg, Swiss croissant. I'll go with the sausage Swiss croissant myself, but that's just me. Anyway, you can get your choice for just $3, but only when you order through the Wendy's app, okay? These delicious breakfast sandwiches, that's how you do it. And, of course, their French fries. Wendy's very proud of their French fries, hot and crispy, preferred over McDonald's almost 2 to 1, and they're guaranteed to be hot and crispy. They're so proud of their fries that if you get some that are not hot and crispy, let them know, and they will make sure that they get you some that are, in fact, hot and crispy. It's Wendy's.
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Haster Games. Haster Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Haster also buys used games. Haster Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasterGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no
if it's
specifics.
transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you
Johnny.
want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina, and I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's in the house, 2, white woman in trouble, 3, can you bring some donuts, 4, I've fallen and I can't get up?
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead, 2, Board of the Rings, 3, The Gay Gatsby, or 4, The I'm Really Hungry Games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta go rewatch those movies.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People shouldn't expect me to do that again. That was a
That may
special-
never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like,
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released.
It's the moment that many of you wonderful people wait for all morning long. It's your chance to be on the radio and to beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. Does your wife complain about a lack of energy, a lack of get up and go? It could be iron poor blood.
Yeah.
Well, give her a hit of Geritol with twice the iron of a pound of calf's liver. You'll say, my wife, I think I'll keep her. And now, a real keeper himself, the star of Beat Gina, Harry Jackson.
Oh, so happy you're getting that Geritol money, Johnny.
Every little bit helps, Carrie.
I forgot their slogan.
My wife, I think I'll keep her. That wasn't offensive, was it?
Not at all. All right, Beat Gina, we'll get underway here. We have a contestant on the phone. It looks like Brady is who you'll be playing against today, Gina. Brady, hi.
Hi, Brady.
Hi, how are you doing?
Just fine, Brady. All right, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. You call it, Brady. Heads or tails, it will give you an advantage in the game.
Let's go with tails.
All right, coin toss app says tails, as you can see, Gina.
Tails.
Brady goes first. Brady, this first question. Well, if you beat Gina, you're going to get those Lost 80s live tickets starring everyone from the 80s.
And that's coming to Maverick Center on August 12th.
Yes, and so that's if you beat Gina at pop culture trivia, specifically Frances McDormand trivia because it's her birthday. But if she beats you, Brady, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Well, I have a lot of some excess camping gear that I have, and I'm going to go donate that down to the road home. All brand new gear.
Oh, they would appreciate
Great.
that.
They'll use that. All right, Brady, this question is for you first. Frances McDormand, the actress, it's her birthday today. She's 65.
Oh.
So you know. All right.
Oh, she's doing fine.
She's fine. She's just that's a different segment, Brady.
Different contest, Brady.
I know, but I use it all day long. It's fine.
We'll take it. We'll take it. All right, Brady, here's your first question. Which character did Frances McDormand voice in an episode of The Simpsons?
Ooh.
Yes. Bet you didn't know that.
No,
did you?
I didn't.
Was it A, Chief Wiggum's long-lost twin sister, Nancy Wiggum? B, herself? C, Princess Melanie Upfoot? Or D, Krusty the Clown's sixth ex-wife, Ivanka?
I'm going to go with Melanie Upfoot.
Melanie Upfoot is correct.
Wow, that's very good, Brady. You have 1 point. Now it's Gina's turn.
Gina?
Yes.
Let's see. Here we go. Frances has one adopted son, Pedro McDormand Cohen. Where was he adopted from? Was it A, Amazon.com, B, Canada, C, Wakanda, or D, Paraguay?
Well, Pedro sounds like he's probably from Paraguay.
Correct.
Ah, there you go. The game is tied. Now, Brady, it's your turn.
I told you it was easy. Brady, how did Frances McDormand meet her husband, Joel Cohen? How did they meet? Was it A, she auditioned for his film Blood Simple? Was it B, FarmersOnly.com? Was it C, her grocery cart ran into him while shopping at Ralph's on Sunset Boulevard?
A meet cute.
Or D, Match.com?
I'll go with A on that one.
Audition for him for Blood Simple.
Yes, that's...
Farmers.
Sorry?
Oh, I was leaning towards Farmers, but...
Farmers only? Yeah, that would have been a good close second.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, it's 2-1. Now Gina has a chance to tie up the game.
All right, that one's too easy for Gina, so let me move on to this one.
What, was it a Raising Arizona question?
No.
It was, wasn't it?
No, we don't have any of those.
None?
I left those out because you'd sweep. What role was specifically written for Frances McDormand?
Okay.
I'm going to give you roles in movies, and you tell me which one was specifically written for her. Was it A, Polly, Chief Brody's assistant in Jaws?
Okay.
B, Marge Gunderson in Fargo? C, Lady Macbeth in The Tragedy of Macbeth? Or D, 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri?
C. Could not. Oh no, I'm not guessing C.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was your
no,
answer.
No, that was S-E-E. Marge.
I don't believe.
It was Marge. Wasn't it?
You're
Marge?
saying it was Marge?
It was Marge.
That is also incorrect.
Really?
Brady, if you can answer this correctly, you win the game.
I'm going to go with A. I'm going to stick with A.
Polly, Chief Brody's assistant in Jaws? Well, no.
But Brady, what is the answer?
What?
The answer is 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing,
Based
Missouri.
on a book.
I'm only as good as what the internet tells me.
Based on a.
All right.
All right, Brady, you control the question. You could still win.
Brady. All right, Brady. Frances McDormand's father, her father's occupation instilled her with good morals, she says. What did he do? What was the father's occupation? Was it A, he worked in a ball bearing plant. He had 2 buckets at work.
Mm-hmm.
In one bucket, he put the good ball bearings. In the other, he put the bad ones.
You know, I don't know what you're uhhing about. This is Brady's question.
Was it B, an insurance investigator? C, a hen teaser? Or D, a minister for the disciples of Christ?
Ooh, that sounds really specific. I'll go with that last one.
There you go.
And Brady wins the game 3-1. Nicely done, Brady. You've won tickets to the Lost 80s. Every band from the 80s is going to be there.
Band from the
Except
80s.
for Yes.
Right.
Yes, apparently. Now, Brady, all you have to do is hang on the line, and a nice woman will come on and tell you how to get your prize, all right?
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brady. All right.
I've got to go. I have an itch, and I've got to go find a scratch for it.
All right. Thank you. All right. News brought to you by
Hey, Johnny.
Take an unforgettable cross-country adventure into the hidden wonders of the natural world. Into America's Wild 3D. Visit some of the most beautiful but untamed landscapes of America, now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Elliot Page is giving audiences a glimpse into the behind-the-scenes discussions that led to his Umbrella Academy character coming out as transgender. While appearing on Tuesday's Late Night with Seth Meyers, Page discussed how life has changed for them, personally and professionally, since announcing they are trans in December of 2020. Quote, "What I want to focus on right now, and has been so extraordinary, is the degree of joy that I feel," Page said. "I feel a way that I really never thought possible for a long, long time. But of course, moments can be overwhelming. It's so unfortunate because it's like, well, we're all on the same team here, whether you're trans or non-binary, gender non-conforming, cis, whatever. We all have these expectations and these limits and constraints because of people's obsession with the binary. It'd be so special for us all to just be able to connect and talk about how similar we are in all of our journeys." In March, Netflix and Page confirmed that the actor's sonically gifted Umbrella Academy character, Victor Hargreaves, would use he, him, his pronouns in the upcoming 3rd season of the superhero series.
Which is out now, I believe.
Yeah, well, I watched the first episode last night. It was It was overwhelming.
Really?
It was like, huh?
I think we're going to start it this weekend.
So anyway, it's you should, if you haven't watched it, don't just try to jump into this season.
Yeah, start at the beginning.
Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie's Chateau Miraval in France has been a pivotal location in both their tabloid frenzy marriage and their years-long contentious divorce. While Jolie sold off her stake earlier in the year to Pitt's frustration, the actor has held on to his end of the secluded estate and winery business, which he's claimed in court papers he developed from scratch. However, Brad Pitt has revealed a previously unknown attachment to the French chateau, buried treasure.
What?
While promoting his new buried treasure, I said. While promoting his new movie Bullet Train, the actor confessed to GQ that he was conned into believing that there was gold harkening back to the Middle Ages underneath the chateau grounds, and he admits he became obsessed with trying to find it. He said that he was approached a few years ago by a man who explained to him that the chateau was supposedly home to another fortune, millions of dollars worth of gold that one of the estate's medieval owners had taken from the Levant during the Crusades and buried on the grounds. I got obsessed, Brad Pitt said. For like a year, it was all I could think about.
I mean, really, wouldn't you?
Just the excitement of it all. He bought radar equipment and scoured the property. Maybe it has something to do with where I grew up, because in the Ozark Mountains, there are always stories of hidden caches of gold.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out the man was trying to drum up interest in some kind of radar company, and there never was any buried treasure.
Oh, you're going to need this radar to find it.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
That's a great scam.
And it's a great story, though, that Brad Pitt, you think, well, he's a big... No, he admits it freely. And have you seen his picture on the cover of GQ?
No.
He looks as though he's been embalmed.
Really?
It's hideous.
It's a weird...
It's
he's
awful.
He's way more handsome than that.
They've done something to make him look sort of dead. Let's see. I got this information from Dr. Cobble via email. Hopefully our next booster in October, November will be Omicron specific.
Ooh.
I noted today, when he was on the show yesterday, that we had 100,000 new infections a day, and we're doing 130,000 vaccines a day. That's sad. Only about 20% of parents are vaccinating their kids. More fun facts about children. Drowning deaths, 11 per day, 3,868 per year. 80% are male, 495 children per year. 15% of the deaths, 1.5 kids a day. Florida, Texas, California, New York, leading states for child drowning. Number 2, accidental gun deaths. Children, 154 deaths. He goes on with these. Car seats, all the deaths there. Children left in cars resulting in death. The statistics there. COVID has killed 442 kids under the age of 4 and 815 between 5 and 18 years of age. 3 kids a day. So what is most dangerous? COVID first. Then auto, then water, then guns, then car heat.
Meaning, if you think it's important for your kids to learn how to swim, have a car seat,
so get a vaccine,
then that should be...
a new tool developed with the help of the University of Utah professor has a mission that will help us. I mean, the mission is to help us, and it probably will work, track air pollution to see where the air pollution is coming from. In other words, to see if we know where it's coming from, we know exactly what's killing us. We can pinpoint it. Oh, we know it's coming from the Great Salt Lake. Oh, that's arsenic that's getting us now. If just depending on where it's coming from, what sort of death it's bringing. An 18-year-old man from Venezuela died after drowning. At Deer Creek on Sunday. John Ballon of Zulia, Venezuela, was visiting the reservoir with friends and family. He drowned trying to help a family member who was struggling in the water. Officials with Utah State Parks reported that at 4:30 p.m., park rangers responded to the incident. 2 people swimming near the sailboat beach area the person who was struggling did not drown, but this guy was trying to help, and that's really sad. Too often that happens when people are trying to help. Let's see, lawmakers on the January 6th committee have had to ramp up security as threats against them increase.
Yep.
In the past 24 hours, there has been a big uptick in the number of violent threats against lawmakers on the House Select Committee investigating the January 6, 2021 insurrection. All of the lawmakers on the committee are likely to receive a security detail, according to people involved with the investigation. The committee on Tuesday held its fourth hearing, which focused on efforts by former President Trump and his allies to overturn the fair and honest results of the 2020 election and the resulting political violence and harassment experienced by many of them. Many of these officials were harassed and threatened. That poor poll worker, that woman and her daughter, Lady Ruby and her daughter, I think her name was Shay, and Shay talked about being a poll worker, and she said, and a ballot counter and all that. She said, I do it all year. I work in the office, and what do you like about the job? She said, well, I really just like helping people. Like sometimes I'll take a ballot to an old person at a retirement home.
What? You can't do that?
Yeah, you can.
No, but
and I'll take the ballot and I'll help them if they need help, and I just like helping people. And she now she has had to leave the job.
Well, because there was that video where they're like, see, this is where they're bringing in the fake ballots, and here's where she's passing.
Candy bar.
She's passing a USB. From one to
it was a ginger mint.
Yeah, it was a mint.
A ginger mint.
It was all lies. Today there's the hearing today, and then they have to put it off.
It starts at 1 o'clock Mountain Time today.
They have to put the next one off because so many people are now coming forward.
Yeah, like, okay, I guess I'll talk.
They need time to get all of their statements and evidence, plus the documentary film guy.
They just were aware that there's thousands of hours of footage.
Of that footage.
I think they said thousands of hours.
They said, we're going to have to do this maybe again in August. We have to push it back that far. We've got to go through all of this evidence that all right.
We got to stop. I know, Gina, a story for you I had. I'll just read you the headline. Maybe that'll help.
Okay.
Moaning is not a part of the female orgasm.
Why would that help?
I just so you know.
Okay.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Let's see. The Bees, they lost last night to Reno. They play again tonight at 6:30. And Bill, it's Thirsty Thursday, so you get your $3 Budweisers. That starts at 6:30.
I wish you wouldn't tell everybody else. That means more beer for me.
Let's see. Hockey is still going on. It's summer, and it's still going on.
Doesn't the ice melt?
You would think. Colorado leads the series 3-1. The Avalanche won last night 3-2. Weather. So there's a 20% chance of thunderstorms during the day today, mainly afternoon. Then a 50% overnight tonight. By the way, Mohammed's on a backpacking trip.
Ooh.
So he might get rained on. 30% chance of showers tomorrow. We'll cool things off a little bit. We'll be back down in the 80s. Traffic, let's see. Front of the program says free box spring, Beck Street, milepost 384. If you need a bed, there's a free one there for you. If you see stuff like that in the road, you can certainly text us and let us know, like that person did. 33986 is where you do that. Let's see. Crash north at I-15, 300 north in Linden. It's off to the right shoulder. Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple. Adults only.
All right. Take a quick break. We'll be right back. RenaissanceRanch.com.
Yes. Addiction. Nasty stuff. It's just horrible. The addiction that comes from alcohol or the addiction that comes from drugs. It's a hard thing to break. Well, Renaissance Ranch is here to help. Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center is a premier drug and alcohol facility. They have hundreds of 5-star reviews of people that they've helped. The program is designed for male patients specifically. It combines evidence-based clinical research and a judgment-free, faith-based healing approach. They offer residential and outpatient services. And another thing that's really good is that the people who work there on premises, they're recovering addicts. They know what it's like. They have had this same problem, and they have empathy for your problems. Go to renaissanceranch.com for a free consultation. I think you'll be impressed. They do accept most private insurance.
Hey, I'm Marcy.
Thanks a lot for answering our ad. Look, we've got a lot of other people to interview, so we'll just let you know, okay? Loser.
God, what a bunch of no-loads. I mean, we haven't had one single applicant that I'd even consider hiring. Why are they so bad?
I just think it shows you the quality of people who read the paper.
Yeah.
Losers, all of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way the ad is worded. How does it read?
I think I wrote it just the way we talked about. Look, here it is.
Okay.
Oh, listen. We need a new stalker. Do you think you have what it takes? If so, apply in person to Kerry and Bill, the Radio from Hell guys at X96. Previous stalking experience is not required. We will train. X96 is an equal opportunity employer.
That's pretty straightforward. Guess I'm just getting discouraged. I don't think we're ever going to find anybody to replace the old guy.
Well, now, we both agreed that no matter how much we liked him, it would just be stupid of us to wait for him to get out.
Oh, all right.
We're just going to have to keep looking.
Okay. Lori, send in the next applicant, please.
Oh, hello, boys.
Hello, Chunga. Send in the next applicant, will you? We're in a hurry.
No, you don't understand. I am the next applicant.
What? Oh my God, you're serious. You want to stalk us?
We.
You're not impressing us by speaking French.
No, I mean we want to stalk you. All 10 of my personalities, including Tina the lap dancer. Let's look at this logically, boys. I'm already on the payroll. I know your phone numbers and where you live. And I can gut and skin a rabbit in less than 2 minutes. And you guys probably don't know this, but I've seen both of you naked. Lots of times. And, well, I love you.
Hey, that wasn't bad. What do you think, Bill? He's creeping me out.
Well, let's try the phone test.
Okay.
All right, pretend that it's 3 a.m. There's a thunder and lightning storm going on. My phone rings. I pick it up, and it's you, Chunga. What do you say?
Hello, Bill. Want to go to a jazz game?
No! Doesn't work.
No.
Try again. Phone rings. I pick it up. It's you. What do you say, Chunga?
Bill, it's me, Chunga. Want to go over to Cummings and watch them hand-dip chocolates?
Not even scary. Not scary at all. I'm sorry, Chunga. You just don't have what it takes. Look, send in the next one, would you?
Oh, come on, you guys. I know you don't like all the other stalker candidates. They stink. Besides, there's only one guy left in the lobby, and it's Frank Layton wearing one of his wife's old moo-moos, and his face is smeared with red lipstick.
Red lipstick, huh? Well, send him in.
Mr. Layton, the boys will see you now.
Hello, girls!
There we go.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gurky. Gurky. Radio from Hell on X96.
I neglected to ask you if this was sponsored, Gina.
Oh, no, let's just do it.
All right,
It's
easier.
a moment to talk with my fellow journalist.
Don't do No, don't do
What?
Don't do that.
My fellow columnist, Robert Gurky. Morning, Mr. Gurky. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys. Bill, I'm glad you're, horning in on my gig.
Yeah, no, it's too hard. It would be too hard to do that as even 3 times a week. Too hard.
But it was a nicely done piece.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
To look at it, and you should do more of it.
Bob, I want to talk about your column that you wrote, Mike Lee and Rusty Bowers. That column. Talk about that a little bit, and then what do you think? How do you explain the fact that both of them would vote for Donald Trump anyway?
Hey, yeah, that sort of came up after I wrote that piece. The gist of the column was, if you watched the House hearing on Tuesday, the House Speaker from Arizona, Rusty Bowers, kept making these references to how his faith, his belief in the LDS Church was motivating him to, stick by this oath of office he took to support, uphold, and defend the Constitution of the United States. In the face of this pressure that the Trump flunkies were putting on him to, appoint fake electors. And it was just a stark contrast to the way Mike Lee responded, because they're both members of the LDS Church. They both took this oath. They both believed the Constitution was divinely inspired, but really only one of them stood up for what was right in this situation. So,
and it wasn't Mike Lee.
And it wasn't Mike Lee. There's the spoiler, Bill. You gotta
Sorry.
let people read and find out. Then the Speaker Bowers was asked if he would vote for Trump again if he was elected, even after he went through this long list of the harassment that his family went through, like a truck that was driving up and down his street saying he was a pedophile, and somebody with a gun coming to his house, all while his daughter, who later died, was gravely ill in the house, and the pressure that's put on him. He said, he would vote for Trump again.
What do you make of that?
Well, it's really hard to wrap your head around. You've seen a guy whose administration is willing to just ignore the Constitution, ignore the election, try to, not just ignore it, actively try to reverse a democratic election. And you're like, and you go through this ordeal, and then you're still going to vote for the guy. And, I can't explain that. But I will say, who somebody votes for probably matters less than if they use their office to try to actively destroy democracy.
Yeah.
And so I think he still deserves some credit for having been one of the people who was willing to tell them no. He was willing to tell these guys no. And we heard from the Secretary of State in Georgia and everything that they were put through. And they held firm, which, that's the hard part. That's the hard thing to do. It's easy to kind of go along like Mike Lee did with some of these conspiracy theories and some of these plots to appoint alternate slates of electors. It's harder to go against your team, your party, and stand up for what you think is right. So, I didn't want to make Rusty Bowers a hero in this piece, but I think he deserves credit for, and I just think the contrast between what he did and what Senator Lee did is pretty stark and striking.
Have you heard anything about, so we have poll workers, we had the poll workers from Georgia who've had to quit their jobs or felt that they had to quit their jobs, and
they've had to leave town.
Yeah.
And a lot of election officials have left their posts because of this in Georgia and other places. Have you heard anything about people who do that kind of work in Utah? Has there been any problem that you know of?
Yeah, so, Sherry Swenson, we had a piece. She's retiring. She's been a clerk in Salt Lake County for a couple decades. And, she said that her people and her office are getting, were being harassed more intensely over the last couple of years than they had been previously. It's kind of a thankless job. But what I've been impressed with these county clerks is the way they've kind of said, okay, if you have questions about the election, come tour facility, come tour our operation, and see how we do it.
Anybody.
See how we handle the ballots and see it for yourselves. It's because I've done that, and it's extensive. And there are security protocols in place. And this year, actually, because of a law the legislature passed last year, there are now security cameras pointing at the drop boxes to make sure that we don't have this 2,000 mules type conspiracy where people are dropping them off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that. It's not a big deal. But people need to, a lot of people are making these claims. A lot of people who are making these claims aren't actually informed on how these operations work, and there's just nothing that's going to convince them that there's not some sort of nefarious plot.
And they're not going to come down and take a tour of the facility because then they'll see that there's no cheating, and then they can't make accusations that there's cheating.
Oh, they can anyway.
Well,
they can anyway.
Well, yeah. And sometimes, it would make a difference. I think in a lot of cases, they believe what they believe despite the evidence. I mean, they don't have any facts to support the conspiracies that they believe in already. So why would the facts counter to that actually convince them conspiracies are wrong?
I don't know if we have time to do this, but I was because I've got your columns in front of me. But what do you make of this? What's his name being accused of being a cannibal? Is that David Levitt?
That's right. You wrote an article about that.
Is it is a direct? Do you think it's just a direct hit on him?
I think it is. I mean, there have been rumors about this. Media had been tipped off about it before. And then he's had this friction with the county sheriff and with the local law enforcement. They passed a resolution of no confidence against him, and so I think that's what's driving a lot of this. It's certainly driving the timing of it, and then I think that's kind of unfortunate because there are reasons, as I wrote in the column, that voters might not like David Levitt, frankly, and those are the reasons that they should be making their decision upon, and not whether he's a pedophile and a cannibal. I mean, that's just absurd.
Because he's not.
Well, I don't know, Bill. He says he's not.
Alleged cannibal.
He says he's not. It's terrible. I mean, maybe you don't like him because he said, I'm not going to institute the death penalty anymore. Now, I personally think that's good. But he said, I'm not going to do it. And a lot of people will dislike him for that. That's a valid reason to vote against him if you don't like that. But cannibalism.
Make an informed decision.
That's just.
Make an informed decision based on the issues.
But if we run on the facts, then we can't accuse our opponents of being cannibals.
And that's fun.
It's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever seen. And I've been doing this 26 years now, and it's just surreal to watch it play out. So, but Tuesday's election day. If you haven't voted yet, you can still get your ballots in, and we'll find out if these attacks work on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, and I can just tell David Levitt, if you try human flesh, you're not going to like it. It just tastes terrible. So.
How do you know?
Hey, it's what I hear. All right, Bob, thanks a lot. Robert Gerke, columnist for the Salt Lake Tribune. We'll talk to you again.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Traffic, Gina?
Let's see if we have anything new to report. It's been a pretty good commute this morning, and it remains so. I have nothing to tell you about. I don't even know if that box spring is still available out on Beck Street. Go have a look and let us know. 33986. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
All right. We've got coming up, Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, which is coming up after some messages and a song. It's our fun little game involving dead celebrities that you could win a fabulous prize. What do we have to give away?
We have, tickets to the Living Planet Aquarium Pride Under the Lights celebration.
Oh, I'll be there. I think the time has changed again. I'll be there from 4 to 6 tomorrow.
Oh, okay. But you can go and see Bill with these tickets that you will win playing our game. They're fine. They're just fine. 877-602-9696. If you want to line up now, you can. It increases your chance if you call early, but hey, it's on you. Go right ahead. opendoor.com/myoffer. I went to opendoor.com/myoffer and saw for myself how easy it is to request an offer on your home. Imagine you could sell your home at the moment that you need to, whatever the circumstances happen to be. Hundreds of thousands of people have already requested their offer. Just go to opendoor.com/myoffer. It's simple. You enter your address, tell them a little bit about your house, and they'll make you an offer, sometimes in minutes, oftentimes in minutes. Open Door takes a look at your house. They take a look at recent sales of homes in your neighborhood, and they come up with a very competitive offer, a real offer. You will know how much you get. You can close when you are ready, and you can do it all online. You don't have to, do the repairs, the prep work, schedule the showings, people in your house, none of that stuff. Get a competitive all-cash offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. Offer eligibility varies. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage, Inc., license 02061130 in California, and Open Door Brokerage, LLC, in its other markets.
And now...
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You
Never?
get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
no, my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses. And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of...
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's...
I have things in common with molasses.
That's well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
But
there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the really. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
I don't
when
think
buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big
It's
Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. Organ. Spell it with me now. O-R-G-A-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Here they are, then, our two Utah men, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn, Jr., and his disreputable friend, LeVar. Again, the word is organ.
Thanks for joining me here to the hospital and keeping me company, LeVar. Brother Jensen from my ward is having his prostate tuned up, and we're taking turns waiting at the hospital for word. He hasn't got any kin or nothing, so the elders' quorum is helping out.
Least I can do, LeGrand. You've always been a good friend to me, so I thought I could just keep you from getting bored. Hospitals give me the willies, though.
Ooh, yeah, not the best place to be spending the day, but Elder Jensen needs our support. I always give blood, too, just as long as I'm here.
They don't let me donate blood, you know, because of that unfortunate dose of hepatitis I had a few years back.
I remember. You were as yellow as a lemon for about a month.
That's right.
Looked like one of them Simpsons cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hand me that People magazine there, would you?
This one here with Mickey Mantle on the cover?
Yeah.
Too bad about the Mick kicking off like that right after a liver transplant.
Well, he abused himself, LeVar. Smoking and drinking. You should take a listen.
You know, my cousin up in Portland had to get a transplant.
He's doing fine. That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I didn't know you had kin up to Portland in the Northwest.
Oh, yeah. My entire family comes from Oregon. We got started in Eugene, Oregon, but then moved to Portland, Oregon when I was just a shaver.
Well, how come you moved to Portland? Did your dad get a better job?
Nah, we moved to be closer to Mom after she was committed to the Oregon State Mental Hospital just outside of Portland. Turned out okay, though, because the welfare office in Portland was open on Saturday.
By the way, LeVar, what kind of transplant did your cousin get up there in Oregon?
Hair plugs, got himself a hair transplant.
Well, that's real serious surgery.
Hey, now don't you go making light of that. Them things can get infected.
And now, a moment with grim-visaged death. There he is. Let me get my hoodie.
He seems so nice, though. You say grim.
I'm perfectly nice.
Yeah, but look at him.
He's
skeletal.
It's the curse.
He's skeletal?
You don't understand.
Someday we'll get the backstory.
And you can smell that, can't you?
Someday.
That
Sulfur? Yeah.
My story will be told someday.
I look forward to hearing it.
It's a tragic tale.
It's, here he is. He's Frank Christ, the celebrity Grim Reaper. He reaps the souls of only our precious celebrities. And he's here to play a game that's called Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, they're fine. Well, at least 3 of the people I have on this list are fine. One of them is not. And we have a contestant, I believe, on the phone.
Matt is on.
Matt? Hello, Matt. How are you?
I'm fine, just fine.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Thank you, Matt. I needed to hear that.
All right, Matt. What's the prize, Gina?
Well, we have tickets to the Living Planet Aquarium Pride Under the Lights, celebrating diversity and the LGBTQ community. Join, I guess, Bill Allred. He'll be there. June 25th is where that is, when that is happening.
I have diversity.
You sure do.
Perfect.
All right, Matt. Now I'm going to read you 3 names. One of them has shuffled off the mortal coil, as we say. 3 of them, however, are Frank.
3 of them are fine, just fine. The one of them is not.
All right. Are you ready, Matt?
4 names.
I am.
Here we go. These are cast members of The Godfather, the movie.
The original? The first one?
I believe so. Number 1, Al Pacino, who played Michael Corleone. Number 2, Robert Duvall, who played Tom Hagen. Number 3, John Cazale, who played Fredo. And D is James Caan, who played Sonny Corleone. All of those people were in the movie. One of them is gone. The other 3 are
they're fine. They're just fine.
Which one is the dead celebrity?
I'm going to go with C.
John Cazale as Fredo? You're absolutely correct. 1978, he died at the age of 42.
Too soon.
Yes, he was Meryl Streep's fiance.
Oh.
And Fredo.
Poor man.
Yeah, never go against the family, Fredo.
Oh, he's smart, Michael. He's smart.
Matt, you've won tickets to the Living Planet Aquarium, and I hope to see you there tomorrow. If you'll hang on.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Come up and say hello.
I will for sure.
Okay, if you hang on the line, a very nice person will come on and tell you how to get your tickets.
Go, thank you.
Well, Frank,
any plans the rest of the day, Frank?
You shouldn't ask.
Well, interestingly enough.
You don't want to know.
Oh.
Yes, Frank?
Clarence Thomas is 74.
Oh.
Well, happy birthday, Clarence. I wonder what Ginny's doing for him for his birthday.
I'm keeping an eye on him.
Okay.
I think she's going to bake a bunt.
Randy Jackson.
Yes?
He's 66.
Kiddo's brother?
No.
Oh.
Well, Randy was...
Oh, Randy from American
Idol.
Yeah.
Dog.
Yeah, dog. Yeah.
Dog.
Well, Frank, I guess it's time for you to go.
I don't want to go back to work.
Well, I'm sorry, but there are celebrities that need to be harvested.
All right.
All right.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
There he goes on his electric scooter. It just amazes me that he can go right through the window without breaking the glass and then just disappear in a plume of smoke.
Magical being.
It's amazing.
Let's see. Of course, Frances McDormand, 65.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alison Krauss, 51.
She's on tour with Robert Plant.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Selma Blair is 50.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
I didn't think she'd make it that long.
She's got MS.
I know.
Yeah.
She's got problems.
Very funny, though. Let's see. Anything else? We have any business we need to take care of? We have a minute here,
I'll just relay this. Okay. Funny little bit. I think it was funny. I was looking through some of my old notebooks for something.
Yes.
I keep these notebooks and I write notes every day and stuff. And I was looking for something, and I came across an entry from a couple of years ago, and it said, Jackie came over, that's my next-door neighbor, to borrow some peroxide.
To get the blood out?
I realized that I was wearing my candy cane boxer shorts when I answered the door. I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie. I'm in my boxer shorts." And then the entry went on to say, she said it didn't matter, and if I wanted to try out her bidet, I could come over and use it when Ray got it installed.
You look like you're almost ready to use it.
Well, I think
you're dressed for using it.
I think we were just, for some reason it came up, and I said, well, I've never really used a bidet. And she said, well, you're welcome to come over and try it out if you like. I never took her up
I
on
would
that.
not let, if I had a bidet, it would not be something I would share with the public. I don't think.
Jackie is not the sort of person, though, who, I mean, the fact that I was there, standing there in my boxer shorts, they had, like Christmas candy canes on them. It didn't faze her in the slightest.
I'm curious, was it Christmas time, or do you wear the candy canes any
I
time?
used to buy boxer shorts at the Gap. And around Christmas time, they would always have various Christmas-themed boxer shorts. And I made it a habit of mine for a while, an affectation, if you will, to wear Christmas-themed boxer shorts from November through the Christmas season.
My favorite socks are Christmas socks.
But I don't do that
It's raccoons holding Christmas presents.
And you don't save them just for Christmas time?
Nope, I wear them all the time.
And the candy cane boxer shorts, as a matter of fact, I noticed them. I still have them in my drawer. And I have had to stop wearing them, though, because the waistband has finally given out. And if I put them on, I start walking, and they just fall down to my ankles, which is no good. So.
All right, we got big boy news and a Pinuendo coming up after these. Stand by. Wendy's for breakfast and late night. You still have time to get this deal at Wendy's for breakfast, but you have to do it through the Wendy's app. Easy to download and install, and then you register, and it's easy to use. You tell them when you're going to be there and which location. It's easy. But this is the place that you can, the Wendy's app is the only place that you can get this deal that we're going to tell you about. 2 for $3 mix and match deal on the Wendy's app. Mix and match 2 great breakfast items with a choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or the sausage or bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $3, but only when you order in the Wendy's app. It's a great deal and a great breakfast for you. And if you're out late at night and you want some French fries,
who doesn't?
Nothing makes a good night bad or a bad night worse than hitting a drive-thru and getting served cold, soggy fries. Wendy's fries are hot and crispy, preferred over McDonald's fries almost 2-to-1. And if they're not hot and crispy, let them know, and they'll make sure you get some hot and crispy French fries at Wendy's.
What?
I didn't do anything this week. I was such a slug this weekend.
Sometimes you need a sluggy weekend.
Good for you.
I didn't think.
Good for you.
How do you turn that off?
Alcohol.
Genius switch. How do you turn that
Alcohol.
off?
Alcohol.
What kind? What was your alcohol
Just,
of choice this weekend?
Anything I could get. Whatever was handed to me, whatever was handy. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter?
No, didn't matter.
You weren't discriminating
Nope.
about? No?
Why?
I'll take some of that, sure.
Is it good wine? It's good enough.
Yeah. I'll have some of that. You bet.
And you were just handed things?
Went out to dinner.
That's the way it should be.
Went out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
You did? You did that going out on Valentine's?
Yeah.
That's brave.
Yep. Had a nice dinner at Copper Onion, and you know, pork belly should be one of the major food groups.
I agree.
It really should be.
What was the pork belly on, or was it?
No, it was just pork belly.
Just out there being pork belly.
Pork belly with some cherries and some Brussels sprouts and turnips. You know, just kind of as a little
side
starter,
dish,
a little starter to the evening, and then
nice.
Man,
did you take in your surroundings? Did you look at the other people that chose to go out on Valentine's Day?
I
See
did.
How in love they are.
I did.
Not?
There was. It was very busy. Copper Onion was very busy. I assume all the restaurants were very busy on Saturday. Did you go out on Saturday?
No.
So it was very busy. To the table to our left, two guys out on a Valentine's date.
Guys?
And then a table across from us, a guy and two girls. And they kept, they were quite annoying. Because the guy kept hanging a spoon on his nose. You know how you do? You take a spoon and
a little kid.
Yeah, and you hang it off the edge of your nose, or he would put it across his nose, and then he would insist on one of the girls taking a picture of him. And this kept going on, and then the spoon would slip off, and then he would just laugh uproariously.
Were these 12-year-olds?
And they thought it was funny too.
No one's ever done this before.
And it kind of went on, seemed to go on and on and on and on. And then they had the waiter take a picture of the three of them together.
Can you believe this?
It was just.
This has never happened.
And I kept trying to think, now, what kind of a Valentine's date is this?
Threesome date?
I guess. He was,
polygamy date?
Maybe he was paying for them.
That could be.
Could have been.
That would explain why they were laughing at the spoon
Yeah,
joke.
the
they
spoon
were paid.
on the nose.
They were
hilarious.
paid.
Hilarious. Spoon on the nose. Yep. Man, this is good. Good stuff. Good stuff. And those were the only. But mostly I was just fixated on my sweetheart sitting across the table from me as we enjoyed a delicious meal.
I'm glad you did.
Okay,
I have a correction.
Yeah?
Yeah, Bill keeps saying Pride Under the Lights is tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. It's June 25th.
Saturday.
Now, you may have a remote there tomorrow. I don't know. But the event Pride Under the Lights is Saturday. June 25th at 7 p.m. is when the... Now, you may have a remote there.
Yeah, I thought it was in conjunction with that.
Maybe it's to get people ready for.
Yeah.
I'll check.
Yeah, so Pride Under the Lights, June 25th, 7 p.m. Living Planet Aquarium.
All right. All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com. We'll figure it out.
All right. Well, now I'm really confused and not sure where I should go. Let's see. Chasen Buttigieg.
Yes.
Husband. Wait, that must be a misprint. Husband of Pete Buttigieg?
It's true.
Husband?
Yes.
There goes Bill living in the future.
Get it. Anyway, no, it's they've been together for quite some time, I believe. He blasted Representative Lauren Boebert. Now, I don't mean he blasted her literally. He verbally attacked her for her appreciative Father's Day tweet this week, noting that she once criticized his husband for taking paternity leave to be with his sick newborn. Yeah. Our 2-month-old son was on a ventilator at the Children's Hospital when you attacked my husband for being with his family, Chasen Buttigieg tweeted on Wednesday. I watched him take calls and Zooms from our hospital room all day, managing crisis after crisis while our son's heart monitor beeped in the background.
Oh, that's awful.
In November, Boebert had hurled a homophobic attack at the transportation secretary for taking time out to be with his newborn twins, saying that he was unavailable to deal with the supply chain crisis because he was, quote, still at home trying to figure out how to breastfeed. Chest feed, she said.
What a horrible
bitch.
Horrible.
Bitch is the word.
Yeah.
Horrible bitch.
She also boasted on another occasion that she had given birth in her truck and that, quote, ain't nobody got time for parental leave. But this Father's Day, Boebert tweeted that the role of the father is absolutely fundamental to the family and to society as a whole. I want to send out a shout out of gratitude to all of the dads across America. Well, and I think what Chasen is saying, my husband is one.
Of course.
Well, not in Lauren's mind.
Yeah.
You know.
She's a hideous human being, and more will be forthcoming about Lauren Boebert.
I hope so.
Desperate search and rescue operations underway in eastern Afghanistan following an earthquake that killed more than 1,000 people, they're saying now.
Wow.
A heavy blow for a country already facing dire economic and humanitarian crises. The magnitude 5.9 quake hit in the early morning hours of Wednesday near the city of Khost. And it's very rural there, but a lot of people live there in the area, and most of the dwellings they live in are made of mud and wood and rocks, and
not very stable.
Nothing reinforced, certainly. Photos from the area show houses reduced to piles of rubble. About 2,000 homes are thought to have been destroyed, according to the United Nations. People had to spend the night sleeping in outdoor shelters. Medics and emergency staff from around the country converging on the site. The U.S. is going to offer some aid as well. Uvalde Police Chief Arredondo. He's the police chief of the Consolidated Independent School District in Uvalde. Uvalde had their own police force, the school had its own police force, which apparently didn't have any idea what to do. He's been placed on administrative leave following a focused investigation on the delayed police response during the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde. Texas Department of Public Safety officials said it was Arredondo who directed officers not to engage, and that it took more than an hour for officers to confront and take down the gunman responsible for killing 19 students and 2 teachers at the elementary school. Apparently, one of the officers there that wanted to get in there was receiving tweets or text messages, rather, from his wife, who's a teacher, who was in there saying, I'm dying.
Oh, my.
And he pushed forward to the front of the group and said, we got to go in there. And they ordered him not to. You can't do it. They held him back. 77 minutes went on while pleas from parents could be heard and loud and clear as officers and others amassed outside of the school. A group of officers remained outside of a couple of classrooms as the gunman opened fire, and they didn't. And like, he said, well, we've got to get the right key to get in there. The door wasn't locked. I don't know I just can't imagine what this guy was.
Bad decision after bad decision.
Well, was he a coward? Was he stupid?
Well,
I don't get it.
And I don't get how this jibes with people saying, "Well, we should arm teachers or have." There were trained professional police officers,
the good guys with the gun
in the school.
In this case, it was the buffoons with a gun.
How can you turn and say, "Yeah, arming teachers"? That's the answer.
That's the answer.
Here.
No.
More than 20 million Americans across 16 states were under heat alerts yesterday, as cities across the country reported daily record high temperatures, with the worst of the sweltering heat hitting the South and the Great Plains. Atlanta, Georgia, tied its June 22nd record with 98 degrees Fahrenheit Wednesday, while about 80 miles south, Macon, Georgia, 105 degrees. That's easily a new record. The Atlanta Zoo announced on its website that it was closing early Wednesday and Thursday due to extremely high heat indexes. The care teams at the zoo will monitor and check on all of the animals. They have to make sure that they're in shade and have water. Nashville recorded its first day of 100 degrees for the first time in nearly 10 years. Oh, man. 101 degrees. 101 in Nashville. Texas. Will Texas secede from the United States? Well, I just say, Texas, don't let the door hit you in the ass. Go ahead. Leave.
Bye.
It's not been nice knowing you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You may think you can secede from the Union, but if you take a look, Texas, if you take a real close look, it's probably not in your best interests.
No.
Well, first of all, you'll lose Cape Canaveral. Let's start there. All of the Social Security and welfare.
Johnson Space Center.
Johnson Space Center, yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
No, it's not going to happen. But they've got all of they get so much funding from the feds.
Yeah.
You'll lose all of that.
Yeah. Almost half of the world's rivers are contaminated with over-the-counter prescription drugs.
Great.
Go for a swim.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Is that it?
That's all the time we have.
All right. Dairy Queen has a new summer blizzard, but
what's the flavor? Just tell us.
We still
the
have
flavor,
a half hour.
real quick.
Oh, I'll get to it later.
All right. Weather.
So 20% chance of thunderstorms today afternoon, and that goes up to 50% tonight overnight. High today of 92. Those storms are going to cool things off a bit with another chance of storms tomorrow. Only about 30% though, and high tomorrow of 85. That's your weather. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily, pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes and models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
I've said it before, and I will say it again. You know, the only reason I came back to X96 was so I could use the...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! In this episode, we find our missionaries tracting underground on Janus 6. Wow, would you look at these caverns? They're incredible.
You sure we have the right planet?
Yeah, I am. Janus 6. Why Jas?
Oh, just because this planet is uninhabited, that's all.
Well, I'm sure that Zone Leader Hansen had a good reason to send us here.
Yeah, like all the residents of this planet were killed by some unknown force, and he's hoping that we stumble upon it.
Now, Butch, you be nice. Hey, looky here.
perfectly round, shiny rocks.
Hey, a collection of bowling balls. Well, maybe there is life on this planet after all.
I don't think those are bowling balls. Hey, you shouldn't be touching those.
Well, you're right. They ain't bowling balls. The weight's all wrong, and they don't have holes drilled in them. Hey, you hear that?
You mean the menacing sound of a big rock sneaking up on us?
Yeah. What do you think it is?
Well, from the looks of it, I'd say it's a big rock sneaking up on us.
What the flip?
Oh, you better put down the bowling ball real slow and easy, Butch. I don't think the big rock that's been sneaking up on us likes the way you're handling it, and it's staring at us, too.
Okay, here you go.
It's backing off. Excuse me, Mr. or Mrs. Big Rock. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi. Hey, look, it's burning some words into the cavern floor. Me, Horta, these my babies. No kill I. Hey, she's friendly, and she has kids, so it means she must be married.
Mrs. Horta, we represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Hey, she just crossed out the no from no kill I.
Oh, so much for being a friendly rock.
Looks like this might just be a time to make an exit there, Lehigh. Let me just grab one of these little rocks as a souvenir. My cousin would love to have a real live pet rock.
I don't think she wants you to have one of our babies, Butch. Look out! Is this the end of our missionaries? Will Butch get to send a pet rock home to his cousin? Will Lehigh make him put it back? Is it legal to bowl with a silicone-like form egg? To find out the answers to these questions, tune in next time to hear Butch say...
Okay, lady, back off or the little rock gets it.
Now, Butch, that's no way to talk to a prospective convert. Now give her back her baby. On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
9:38. And here's a few things that you really ought to know this hour. I'm Kerry Jackson. Does anyone remember Casey Kasem? Our panel of experts say no.
I'm Bill Allred. Coming up later, we'll show you how you can kill a rat with an oboe.
I'm Gina Barberi. My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3 is finally in production.
Really?
Those are things you really, really need to know. Because you might have to kill a rat with an oboe before you go see my Big Fat Greek Wedding. You went to... So I had one question for you about New York. Your trip to New York. Your whirlwind.
Yes.
Barberi...
Whirlwind.
A whirlwind.
It was too fast. New York should not be done in a day.
You told us the story of going to Macy's or Saks? Saks Fifth Avenue.
Yes.
And buying that brightly colored orange dress.
Yes.
What are you going to do with that?
Well, I wore it to a play.
Yeah, but what are you going to do with it?
Well, I will...
You will never wear it again.
Sure I will.
When?
When I have another play.
I want you to wear it to work.
To work.
I want you to wear it to work tomorrow.
Why?
Just so we can see it up close.
If we have an event that is appropriate to wear a dress to, I will wear it.
We'll never see you in it, will we?
So we went to Saks.
It's long, right?
Uh-huh.
So like a polygamous dress.
I'm just happy that you finally have a dress.
I know.
Even if it is orange. Are those flowers on it?
Orange.
Are those flowers? Is that what it was?
It's more like geometric shapes, kind of.
Oh, yeah. Geometric shapes that aren't geometric at all.
Well, but
they're just
I don't.
Shapes, yeah. Kind of blobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was proud of myself that I bought a dress.
You should be. I can't tell how it fits from the picture. There was another picture where you were wearing it.
Well, it's
oh yeah, there we go. Yeah.
It's sort of fitted around the bosom.
Are you sure that's not a house dress?
No, because a house dress is a shapeless.
Oh.
It's fitted at the waist and the.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do your own hair? Because it looks blown.
Oh yeah, no, I don't do that.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
do my hair.
All right. Oh, you went before you went.
I don't do my hair. And this makeup? You think I put that on myself?
But so at Saks, they have all the designers in their own section. Here's all the.
Where is that? Is that on Fifth Avenue?
Yeah. And they had a Victoria Beckham section.
Okay.
It's just tiny clothing.
And so she had. I wasn't sure what I wanted to get, but she had an orange dress in her collection, and I said to my sister, I want an orange dress. I'm not going to fit into the Victoria Beckham orange
It's
dress,
all tiny clothing.
but it makes me want an orange dress.
Itty bitty women's apparel.
Yeah.
Did
I don't know how people afford any of it.
how
this
much?
Giant store.
What was that dress? $250, right? More? More?
The dress I bought was on the sale rack.
Yeah, right. Okay.
And it was $550.
I could see.
On the sale
I don't think I
rack.
could
How much
do
again?
it.
$550.
You should wear it to work every day.
Well,
get some use out of it.
That's what my wife would say to you.
Wear it all the time?
Is that's when you buy something expensive, you need to put the miles on it.
Wear the hell out of it.
Wear the hell out of it.
But what I don't get is that it was like a 60% off sale rack. And that's the 60% off price.
I'd have to see it up close and personal. But I mean, maybe
it's very pretty. But
I like the color.
But I just am saying there must be a lot of people in New York that are fine spending $2,000 on a dress.
And there are even more who don't have two pennies to rub together. There are more than that.
Well, sure, of course.
You know, it's the disparity in income is horrendous.
Well, and I went to the shoe floor, like I was telling you. I'm like, well, I need some shoes to go. I could not find a pair of shoes there that I could justify purchasing.
Because of the price.
Because of the price.
Again, it's
like
it's the mileage rule.
There's no way I can buy any of these.
It's the mileage rule. If you're spending a lot of money on something, you wear it all the time.
Yeah, that's what you should do. You should be wearing that damn leather jacket of yours every day, Carrie.
I should.
That's a beautiful jacket.
I've not put the miles on that jacket that I should have.
Yeah.
But, I don't have any kids, so.
It's beautiful.
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we'll have an event that is appropriate to wear.
I'm telling you should just start wearing it to work. Once a week, wear that dress to work.
Sure. Hey, it's Floral Dress Friday.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, well, we'll take a break and we'll crawl towards the exits coming up. Stand by.
Join X96 on the 4.
I've neglected my fatherly duties all day today. I try to help with the homework. Now, my lovely wife here does it most of the time. I try to do 2 days a week.
Thursday's your day.
And Thursday's usually my day.
And here you are at work.
And here it is Thursday. Now, part of what we have to do for reading, for homework, is read for 20 minutes. So you guys all ready for 20 minutes of, of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
We could do 5 minutes. How about that?
He's on chapter 4.
He's on chapter 4?
But he was concerned that maybe we should start at chapter 1 so that everybody would...
I'd be lost if you started in the middle.
Oh, come on. We all know. Augustus Gloop, man. We all know.
We haven't gotten to Augustus Gloop yet.
Oh, where have you gotten
So what
to?
are we going to do? We're going to start with chapter 1? Well, we'll start with chapter 4.
Start with chapter 4. Don't worry about us. We'll catch up.
We'll catch up.
If we have any questions, we'll stop Dad. And
okay.
Yeah, all right.
Gina might need a little bit of explanation.
Yeah,
I'd probably do that. Right?
I've never read it.
Gina's kind of slow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead. Go ahead, little Bill. It's so hard to call him that because that's
why
really,
that's his name.
Yeah. Go ahead. Start. You can start right now. Go ahead.
Okay.
The next evening, Grandpa Joe went on with his story. You see, Charlie, he said, not so very long ago, there used to be thousands of people working in Mr. Willy Wonka's factory. And one day, all of a sudden, Mr. Wonka had to ask every single one of them to leave, to go home and to never come back.
Wow.
But why? Asked Charlie. Because of spies.
Because of outsourcing.
Spies.
Oh.
Spies.
Spies? Yes. All the other chocolate makers, you see, had been grown jealous of the wonderful candies that Mr. Wonka was making. They started sending spies in to steal the secret recipes.
Bastards.
You editorialize?
Swearing!
Oh, God. No swearing, Dad.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
People want to hear you read, I think.
What?
They want to hear you read.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bill, when Festus and I read, he reads a little, and then I read a little.
Yeah.
And...
All right, you want me to read a little bit of this?
Go ahead, read a little bit, sure.
Then something astonishing happened. One day, early in the morning, thin columns of white smoke were seen to be coming out of the tops of the tall chimneys of the factory. People in the town stopped and stared. What's going on? They cried. Someone's lit the furnaces. Mr. Wonka must be opening up again. They ran to the gates, expecting to see them open wide. It was a request, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
People wanted to hear Bill read.
I don't know.
It's homework.
Oh, it's
all
homework.
right.
We
well,
better
okay.
get back to
we
that.
better
Okay,
get to it.
all right.
Get back to reading.
All right.
Get back to the sweatshop. Get sewing those shoes.
We'll get back to reading.
What? Carrie needs some new Nikes. You kids get to work.
Now, I got this email from Marianne Daly, and it says, Hi, Bill, longtime friend of the program. Listen and love the show. Nothing makes me my morning better. I work from home, so I always have the radio on, and more often than not, find myself laughing really, 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 really hard out loud, of course. I identify with you most of the time of the three. So it says, anyway, Marianne goes on to say, I'm writing lately due to the interns. I really enjoyed the interview you did with Matt. What a smart, charming, and funny man.
I didn't know I was on the webcam.
She didn't say anything about the way you looked
Oh,
at this point. Smart, charming, and funny. Shows real interest in radio. He's one to keep around.
Really? Keeper.
Oh, and he brought you Patron Silver. He rocks. He also has that radio voice. Forget that Guthrie guy. Oh no, it says Gumthrie.
Gumthrie?
Yeah, forget Gumthrie.
That's Guthrie's evil twin. Yeah.
Sorry, he just didn't do anything for me. And try to work it out so that Matt has some more radio time.
Ooh.
That would be sweet.
Matt, you are so cute.
I know.
And funny.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Marianne.
Wow.
Now, I just wonder if this would change Marianne's opinion at all. This is an email that I got from Matt.
From this Matt?
Yeah.
Wait, which? Oh, was this the one I sent on Monday?
I suppose so.
When you weren't here? Yeah.
Today, says Matt, it says subject, hello, my name is Matt Timian, and I know how to offend the CEO of Simmons like no other. Today I wore a T-shirt that says Godweiser on the front, and this blood's for you on the back. Of course it's a parody shirt.
Of course.
Oh, really?
No.
And it was meant to be serious and worn by Christians. I often find gems like these and wear them as a parody of a parody. Witty and original, I know. Anyway, the CEO of Simmons, I suppose he means Craig Hansen?
Yes.
It was Craig.
Craig was walking by me in the hallway with another gentleman in a suit, and after walking past me, they both stopped, turned around, and looked at my shirt. I pretended not to notice.
Looked at the ceiling.
I then heard them say, we have some really interesting people working here. They continued to mumble about how interesting I am, and then walked up the stairs.
You're making it sound a lot more positive than it really was.
Yes, I'm not taking it as positive at all. Yes, I know how to make an impression. Now I'm certain to get a job. Matt Timian. So, Marianne, there's just more evidence.
It's probably making her more hot for him.
Probably is.
Well,
here's Marianne's email, Matt, if you'd like to
thank you.
contact her.
That would be great.
Maybe she could help you with the crock pots and the little smokies.
Appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Matt Timian,
Oh,
our intern.
him and Marianne.
Matt and
Oh,
Marianne.
how nice.
I don't know. He's 2 divorces down already. I don't.
Well, if I could counsel Matt on anything, I'd just say don't do it again. Don't get married again.
Date all you want.
Date all you want, have a girlfriend, but don't marry again.
I don't trust Matt as far as I can throw him.
Really?
I think you should try to throw him.
I can't throw him. I can throw him an inch. That's how much I trust him.
Oh, I'm sure you can do more than an inch.
2 inches, maybe. I just can't. I'm kind of weak. You should know that about me. I'm weak.
I just thought you meant more.
No.
Amos.
Kids, if you like that Kate Bush song you've been hearing, you might also like Tori Amos.
A texter says it's the 30th anniversary of this album. Thank you for playing it.
Yeah, well, whatever happened to Paula Cole? That's what I want to know.
Tori, I'm having junior high flashbacks here, texters say.
Tori from the block.
What?
Didn't she do that?
No. That's Jenny from the block. That's
Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez, who could not be any more different, actually.
They're very similar.
I don't know why that was stuck in my head.
I don't know.
Let's see. We got a few minutes here.
What do you want to do with that?
Any leftover baubles?
Oh, let's see. Yes.
Let me mention this quickly.
Okay.
X96 is inviting you to be kind. Tell us how you treated someone kindly, and x96.com to enter to win.
Amazon. They have something new that Alexa will do.
Uh-oh.
Amazon's Alexa voice assistant will mimic the voices of the dead if you wanted to.
And like famous people?
In a speech, let's see, this guy, Rohit Prasad, Amazon's senior vice president, discussed how a dead grandmother's voice could be used to read their surviving child a story at night. This required inventions where we had to learn to produce a high-quality voice with less than a minute of recording versus hours of recording in the studio. So if you have a little snippet of some dead relative,
they can do a whole thing.
They can take it and do analyze it in such a way that it's like you could have your dead mother speaking to you on Alexa.
Wow.
It would be kind of odd, and yet I might like that. I might like to be
if
able
your
to
mom's
say,
voice came out.
If I said, "Hey, Mom, what time is it?" Bill.
Oh, Bill.
It's high time you got to bed is what time it is.
That would be the first thing. Oh, Bill.
No, I mean, I might kind of like that. Because you like hearing recordings of people who from your life who've passed. Well, why not be able to carry on a conversation or of sorts, the kind of conversation you can carry on with Google or Alexa.
There's plenty of recordings of your dad.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy one.
Now, this guy said, I have never really thought about how they do it, but apparently the way they get them to say so many things is they have hours of recordings and then it just, but he said we could just do it with a short piece of recording now.
They're doing that similarly with these Star Wars shows because they wanted a young Luke Skywalker, but Mark Hamill doesn't sound like that anymore.
Yeah.
But they fed that dialogue into a computer and had him say lines, and then the computer mimicked him in the younger voice. Same with the Darth Vader voice that is currently on Kenobi. James Earl Jones does not have that strong voice that he used to have, but he's saying the lines. They fed it into a computer that has lines from Darth Vader, and they made it.
Mr. Prasad said this, and I think it makes sense. The goal is to make memories last. Considering the millions who we have lost to COVID, that may be important.
Yep. All right, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Okay, well, I have to redo something here to find it. I know it's here.
It's your favorite line.
Oh, this is an easy one. I like this. Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
Sean Means joins us at 7 with his movie reviews. Then Jimmy's back to have another drink with us at 8 a.m. featuring Deep Eddy Vodka.
So finish out the week with us on Friday's Radio from Hell show, X96. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Fecal plume is a thing.
Marcy is next.